Well, pleasant good morning and welcome to the Sir Frank Worrell Cricket Ground in UWE St. Augustine, Trinidad and Tobago for the 6th T20 International between the United States of America under-19 women's team and the West Indies under-19 women's team. In this encounter, the final game of this series, and at this point we'd like to take you to the toss to see what happened there. Pleasant good morning and welcome to the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Cricket Ground in UWE St. Augustine, and we are here for the 6th and final international T20I between West Indies under-19 women's and USA under-19 women's. I'm here at the toss with the captains of both teams, Ms. Samara Ramnath and Ms. Chetna, and we are definitely going to proceed with this toss with the match referee, the one and only Mr. Michael Raghunath. So at this point in time, I'd like to ask the home captain, Samara. Tails is the call.
Heads it is.
And heads it is. So Samara, you have won the toss. Congrats again. And what would you decide to do today?
We would have a ball first. I think looking at the pitch is a really good spinning wicket. So we would look to take advantage of that. And we have a lot of spinners. So you look to restrict the USA for anything under 100.
All right. And based on the fact that last game you won the toss, decided to bowl. Unfortunately, didn't get a ball to be bowled due to the weather conditions. 2 games rained out in this series. The final game, what are your thoughts, your intentions coming into this one?
I think it's a must-win game for us, knowing that the USA is in the lead. Once we win, we would draw the series. So that's what we're looking forward to do today.
All right. And any changes to your squad coming into this game?
Yeah, we have 3 changes. Out today is Adania, Headley, and Sutherland. And in is Mans, Terrell, and George.
All right, all the best to you, Samara. We look forward to this game.
Thank you.
Captain Chetna, didn't win the toss again. What would you have done today?
Well, we were also looking to bowl first, but again, we're fine with anything.
All right, any reasons for that decision?
The outfield is pretty wet, but I think the pitch is decent to bat on, so we're looking to do well in that.
All right, and now that you have been sent in the bat first, what sort of target are you looking to set?
I think on this wicket, definitely 100 is a pretty good target, but we're definitely looking to go above that. We scored 130 in the second game, so maybe even above that.
Sure, and again, this being the final international game here in Trinidad. Have you enjoyed your stay? Have you enjoyed the series? And any thoughts on it going forward?
Yeah, it's definitely been a really competitive series. We're looking to end on a high here, so hopefully that's what happens today.
All right. All the best to you, and we look forward to this game. So there you have it, the news from the toss. The West Indies under-19s women, they have won the toss and they have decided to take a bowl first. The West Indies under-19 women's team, they won the toss and they opted to field first. Of course, noting the information from Captain Samara Ramnath, had a look at the pitch, and there's certainly some variable cracks in the pitch in terms of the surface being the first time that they're actually using it in this series. The other surface would have been to the far right of the screen, just out of your picture. And at this point, I'd just like to go through the lineups for the team. So the West Indies under-19 women, Samara Ramnath, the captain, Ebony Brathwaite, Theani Herbert Myers, the vice captain, Najani Cumberbatch, Danielle Mans, Abigail Bryce, Kristen Sutherland, Aaliyah Weeks, Brianna Haricharan, Amrita Ramtahal, Jaida Tyrell, and Kayla George. The 12th woman, Adanya Bor, and the 13th, Zakia Harilal. For the United States of America, their under-19 women's team lineups as follows. Meghna Baisha, the wicketkeeper, Nikar Doshi, Kartiki Chowdhury, Chitna Pagyadala, Aditi Kumar, Mahi Madhavan, Hashini Kartikeyan, Sanvi Imadi, Taranum Chopra, Pooja Ganesh, Sainavi Kambalapali, and that's how they would line up today. So the opening pair, the batters for the USA under-19 women's team, just awaiting confirmation, looks to be the captain herself, Chitna, who is walking down to the non-strikers end, and the batter on strike, it's Sainavi Kambalapali. And we saw a bit of Kambalapali in the regional under-19 women's tournament where she featured for the Leeward Islands team and was very impressive with bat in hand as well as the ball. Both are very tight leg spin and gets the ball to rip severely. So I'm sure she'll be anticipating this contest when she gets a chance with ball in hand, looking at the nature of the surface. The captain for the USA team indicated that she would have also liked to have a bowl first if she won the toss, given the fact that there was some surface moisture on the outfield, as well as noting the state of the pitch. But she's not too dismayed by the fact that she has to bat, because at the end of the day can set a good competitive and formidable total that would force the West Indies to have to chase in a more aggressive manner than anticipated. So we're set for the first delivery of the day. And it's a nice line to start, just outside of the off stump. Opening bowler for the West Indies, Thiani Herbert Myers, the vice captain. Another one of these very impressive youngsters. And this series has truly been a testament to the development of cricket in the region. And it's flicked just over the head of the fielder at short mid-wicket. Uppishly at that, and a good diving attempt on a boundary. I think she has prevented that one from going for 4. Just awaiting the confirmation from the umpire. And yes, indeed, some excellent work in the outfield there. Throwing it all on the line. And just over the head of the fielder there. And look at this diving stop. Excellent work. Leah Weeks getting down low. And that's better from Herbert Myers. Just keep that tight line outside of the off stump. Of course, the delivery that went for runs was not a bad one either. A bit fuller, extra flight. And fended nicely. So she just needs to maintain outside of that off stump line, probably on around the 4th or 5th stump. Of course, with this new ball, not seen any real expansive turn as yet. And that's well watched. Signaled a wide by the umpire. And a good watchful start. Tucked into the leg side for a comfortable signal. And brings the captain on strike for a first delivery. As I'd like to welcome alongside me as well our fellow producer, commentator, man of many talents, Mr. Ronnie Bikram Das. Morning to you, Ronnie.
Yes, good morning to you, Keshavan. Good morning to all of our viewers. And yeah, it's a wonderful atmosphere here. But there's a bit of sad news, really. I was just told by the assistant coach from the West Indies, Mr. Ryan Hines, that the brother of the bowler died. Yeah, so you must say condolences to the family. And, you know, we wish them all the best in these trying times. And it's really good to see her out there, you know, despite that happening, you know, to see her out there and giving her best for the team. That's really good on her part, but I'm sure, you know, it's a really tough and trying time for her out there. So we must say condolences to her and the family and wish them all the best.
Of course, extend condolences on behalf of the entire regional family. As the first over is completed 5 without loss. So condolences to the Herbert Myers family. And very commendable indeed to see Thiani out there still giving her all for the women's under-19 team. Of course, just showing the passion and the pride that she has for these regional colors. And we do wish them the best during this difficult time. So at the end of the first over, 5 without loss, Aaliyah Weeks is going to be taking up the attack from this, I would say, media center end, but unfortunately there's no media center efficiently in place. So from our commentary view end, she's going to be bowling to Kambala Pali, who, from what we've seen, she has a wide array of shots. She likes to play very confidently, plays strokes all around the park, and it's sensible cricket, because I noticed when she featured for the Leeward Islands, she liked to rotate the strike as well as hit the boundaries. So seems to be a very solid batter.
Yeah, and that's what you want. Somebody up top to give you that start that you want early in the innings. As you rightly said, and that's shot from the very first delivery. It's a short delivery, and she was just looking to probably just punch that back down the ground, but really should have been, just looking to defend, just see what's happening there. But she is very good. She had a very good regional under 19, so she would be in some form. This one is wide.
Not taken as cleanly, and they were tempted for a single. The skipper seemed to be coming down the crease, but safely back inside. No run, except for that wide being signaled.
Yeah, that's not bad. She just Weeks just needs to get it right. Just take her time. Just find that nice line and length. Let the batter do the rest.
Oh, that's a nice delivery. Skidded through to the keeper as well. Seems to be generating a nice amount of pace here is Weeks.
Yeah, definitely that one went through a bit quicker than expected. Batter was a bit late looking to cut that one.
Well, as you say, playing many shots, might be best advice to just show the full face of the bat at this stage. Missing the run up there. This needs to recalibrate. Of course, the 5th match that was scheduled for Friday was unfortunately rained out. And this is a single taken down to mid-on. With Ramtahal doing the fielding. But nice, smart running there from Kamalapali. Better than the previous deliveries where she tried to play some expansive strokes. I think she realized that the bowler has a bit of a skiddy action. So with the ball rushing on, best advice to just show the full face of the bat, forward or backward. Rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking. Now the captain is on strike. A short delivery, and this is pulled away down to find like some good work on the boundary as well. That ball was traveling quite some speed. And just a single when it could have been 4. So excellent work in the outfield from the West Indies women thus far.
Yeah, definitely. A short ball again, and good from Weeks here. Just testing the bat out with that short delivery. She played it well in the end. Pull it fine behind square and picks up an easy single. That again, good rotation of strike here.
Oh, and that's well left. You could have seen the temptation for Sainavi there to just throw her hands at that one outside of the off stump. But in fact, some movement also off of the seam, and there is one slip in place. So being aware of that, just decided to let that one go through to the keeper, and smartly done.
Yeah, definitely. And that's good thinking by the batter there. She saw it outside there. The temptation was there to hit that one probably through the covers, but it was a bit wide and full, and she just in the end decided no, there's no need for that so early in the innings, and just left it alone. That delivery to end the over, and a good over to start with there for Weeks. Just 3 coming off that over.
Yeah, 8 without loss at the end of 2, and a very good start from the opening pair for the West Indies bowlers. Seem to be in a nice tandem operating with each other. Of course, for Herbert Myers, opening the bowling with spin, never an easy task to grip that new ball, that shiny ball. Conditions were a bit overcast this morning. Now the sun is coming out in its glory. Still have some thick clouds around with some grayness, but we do hope to see this full match being played today. Of course, all players from both teams very eager to finish off this series in good fashion on a high note. It's cut away nicely, but straight to the fielder. And I like this matchup here with the off spinner to the left-hander. Even though the ball is new and didn't see much to it in that first over, we do know that there are some cracks in the pitch itself. So if she can find her right area and get that ball to just deviate away. Oh, that's well bowled. Really nice line and length. Chitna unsure whether to come forward or backward. And this is in the air, but just past the slip. It's running down towards the boundary. And pulled inside. Good chase there from Daniel Mans. Or Danelli Mans, I should say.
Yeah, again, looking for that expansive shot and getting the outside edge. And I must commend the captain there for carving that slip in play. Just because, as you rightly said, it's a left-hander, the off-spinner will get that ball going away and a little bounce that is there. So that was smart captaincy. And the slip is still in there. But just going hard at it there was the batter and just get going over the slip pad. But that's the thing. If you're going, go hard at it.
It's in the air again, this time down to mid-on, and the catch is taken. So the first wicket falls. It looks to be Amrita Ramtahal taking that catch at mid-on. A nice flight from Urban Myers, enticing Kambalapali into that aggressive stroke, and just lofted to the field at mid-on for a very comfortable catch, well taken in the end. The first wicket down, 9 for 1.
Yeah, that's good. Just keeping it up to the batter and allowing them to take that chance, take that risk if you want, go down the ground. And she obliged, but didn't get enough bat on it this time. And it went straight to the fielder, who took an excellent catch. Well judged catch in the end. Those are not easy coming towards you. And she did very well. And that's a very good breakthrough here for the West Indies. We saw Kamala Pali having a good tournament. And she's one of the key batters in this lineup. And getting her early. Know what she can do later on when she's set. So getting that early breakthrough, and that of Kamala Pali is excellent for the West Indies here now. And now they can really look to go through that batting lineup. And continue and must commend the captain again for setting the aggressive field in having those fielders mid-on and mid-off in the circle. As she keeps the slip, there's a backward point cover, extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. Just a fielder at the 45.
Lovely flight again. Commend her bravery for flighting the ball in the power play in these first few overs, because she's hitting some really nice areas and causing the batters to hit the ball uppishly.
Yeah, definitely. This is excellent. Again.
But well played from Doshi.
Yeah, again driving and but again straight to the bowler. And they're playing that shot because of the feel. It's allowing them, that giving them the opportunity, if you want, go over the top. And you know, in trying to go over the top, well, that the first wicket went down there. So a good over. Herbert Myers picking up that wicket. She has 1 for 6 in her 2 overs. She must be really proud of that. And the West Indies looking to really restrict. Well, we heard the captain from the US team trying to get probably 100 or more. And the West Indies would want to restrict them for less than that. As weeks continues.
Down the leg side, well taken by the wicketkeeper. The pair at the crease, they have batted before in partnerships in previous games. In the second T20 International, both the captain and Doshi put on a very good opening partnership, 46 to the captain and 35 to Doshi in that game, opening partnership of 74. So they'll be relying on that experience here. And down the leg side again, another well taken.
But Weeks bowled the previous over from over the wicket and bowled some very good deliveries, especially to the left-hander, that short ball which was pulled away.
And you
That's
can see
fine.
she's pulling it down because she's coming around the wicket, so probably trying to overcompensate for that angle.
Correct. So I don't mind that short delivery. Let the batter play the shot. That's fine. If you mistime it, there's an opportunity for me. That's
A peach of a delivery. That's the length that she needs to maintain if she's keeping around the wicket. And not too full, not too short. Encouraging the batter to play that stroke. Still has 1 slip in play. So again, kudos to Captain Ramnath for keeping that attacking feel and putting doubt in the minds of the batters.
Should not. Just 2 from
And this
5.
is in the air, and Harry Charan takes the catch. Easy as Sunday morning, as that one was just, I want to say scooped, but it just took the outside edge of the bat. She was trying to play it to the leg side, as you can see, and it just took the outer edge and just lofted in the air. And I think Harry Charan probably would not get an easier catch than that in this series, as it's the final game, of course. But another excellent breakthrough for the West Indies. 2 wickets down now.
And the
11 for
captain,
2.
yeah, the captain has to go. She's disappointed. And again, a straight delivery, looking to just turn it into the onside, but seemed to be a bit slower than expected. Seemed to be holding up a bit in the pitch. And she played a bit too early. The outside edge found, and it went straight to the fielder at cover, who took an easy catch in the end. So another breakthrough, and this is exactly what the captain Samara said at the toss. She wanted to pick up a couple early wickets, put them under pressure, and this is exactly what is happening. So it seems like the plan that they have is really working in their favor, and that's what you want. When you have your plans, you set it in motion and it works for you. And now the pressure is on the US under-19 women to really form a partnership now.
Pooja Ganesh, the new batter, coming to the crease. Wicket keeper for the USA under-19 women's team. And Pooja usually bats at this number 4 position.
She has a job to do now. Both herself and Doshi need to form a partnership here. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Just guiding it through the offside, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, nice looking shot there indeed. Pooja with scores of not the best coming into this final game. Scores of 2, 5 and 6 in 3 of the previous encounters. So I'm sure she would want to improve on that for both her individual scoring rate as well as the team. And it's an aggressive stroke there. Second delivery phase, certainly confidence oozing. As you say, a pleasant good morning to Miss Gayatri Sitahal as well as the hospitality staff. Always hard working, some of the hardest working members at any cricket game in any facility. Always grateful for their assistance.
Yeah, those guys treat us really well.
Yeah,
Must commend them for their work.
and if it weren't for them, many of these games wouldn't be able to take place. So kudos to the team for all their hard work.
Weeks into a good spell here. Picking up that wicket as well. So this has been a very good opening session here for the West Indies women. And they would want to continue. Just keep that pressure on.
I really like how she's shaping up with the bat though. Seems like a very solid technical player. And again, new to the crease, but she's looking to get on with it.
Yeah, and that's good. You don't want to just, it's 20 overs to begin with. And you don't want to just be blocking, and then you put yourself in a rut where you cannot score runs. So she's trying to be positive out there, despite the wickets that have fell.
It's short delivery pulled out to fine leg, so she does get off the mark. And she will retain the strike for the start of the 5th over. At the end of 4, it's 14 for 2.
Yeah, that's another good over from Weeks here, keeping the pressure on this US women's team. And you see some of the parents just from the US team just looking on, supporting the kids. That's good to see the parents. And that's what you'll always see at this youth level. You see the parents around, just ensuring that everything is in place. Giving that support to the kids that is always needed, where even when you're home or away, you need that support. So it's going to be Herbert Myers to continue.
I agree with this decision. She's bowling really well, so why not persist? Oh, and that's a beauty. flight, turn, bounce. The three words that you love to hear as a spinner.
Yeah, definitely. And a bit late on it, trying to cut that one there, but it was kind of pulling away rather than getting into that cut shot.
Swept in the air. It's down to backward square. Oh, and a valiant attempt on the boundary ropes. Looks to be Jada Tyrell down there. Tried her best to keep that one inside, but just skipped past her for 4.
Yeah, and that's a good sweep shot there. Playing the ball in front of her. It went in the air a bit, but it was behind square. That's the thing about that sweep shot that she played. She played it behind square, which was safe. The fielder was more squarer, and she played it behind square. Well, give her the opportunity. The fielders no chance really, but a good effort in the end.
And it's caught that slip. Yes, Najari Government has taken the catch. And the celebrations begin. Excellent catch taken there and slip. And you can see the jubilation. They kept the slip in play, persisted with that attacking field. A slight bubble. But look at this. It took it cleanly. And the third time, and look at the expression of the bowler. Signs of relief as the keeper rushed to embrace Cumberbatch. Another wicket for the West Indies women's. 3 down now. And that's some excellent cricket here.
Yeah, excellent feeling. They started well in the field and they just continued. And that was a very good catch, reflex catch in the end because it was cut. But she got a top edge really and it flew to her. That's why she got it to bubble it. But the thing about it was soft hands. So it bubbled, so it had enough time for her to just get back there. And she kept her eyes on it all the way and took an excellent catch in the end. And you could see the celebration, how much it meant to them in terms of, taking that catch and taking that wicket. And Hubert Myers on her knees, we know she's probably not in the best frame of mind, but she's there doing the job for her team, picking up 2 wickets already. And, into it's a third over.
And she'll be licking her lips with the left-hander again coming to the crease. So now she has 2 left-handers to bowl to. Kartikeyan taking her mark. And a really excellent wicket there. So the West Indies have the momentum in their favour. Peels off the outside edge but along the ground and the outfield.
And the thing about that shot, that wicket, is the previous ball she played a similar shot and missed it completely because her front foot was down to the leg side pulling away. This time she steered it, but she was looking to guide it rather than cut it.
Oh, that's a well bowled and appeal there for like before, but it did certainly hear a sound as if the bat had some involvement.
Yeah.
Look at the line as well on the replay. Could be pitching just outside or on a wrong leg stump.
Yeah, good decision by the umpire.
It's well watched. Quicker delivery that, flatter from Herbert Myers through to the keeper for no run. At the end of 5 overs, 18 for the loss of 3. The USA under-19 women main destroyer thus far for the West Indies women team. Deanne Herbert Myers, the vice captain, doing an excellent job.
And we mentioned that before, in terms of the keeping the pressure on. And you're right in saying this should persist with her, give her that extra over. And it did. And she picked up that wicket as well. And I was making the point in terms of where she cut. She was looking to cut the previous ball and missed it. Then the next delivery, similar ball, a bit shorter, and she was just looking to guide it. But really got the top edge and it went straight to the slip fielder. Had she probably maybe caught it, it would have gone a little straighter, a little wider, and past the slip fielder, may have picked up 4 runs. But again, just looking to guide it straight into the hands of the slip fielder. But again, must give credit to the captain in setting those aggressive field, putting the catchers in play.
The captain has introduced herself into the attack. Starts off with a dot delivery. Samara Ramnath replacing Weeks from this commentary booth end. And seeing what Herbert Myers has produced from the opposite end. By all means, a sensible decision to bring herself into the attack. Has very good control, does Samara, and the ability to turn the ball. She'll get a lot of purchase off of, generally, sometimes even flat surfaces. She's able to turn the ball far less for one like this, which would work in her favor.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's excellent fielding there. And that's Herbert Myers again. Yeah, she did the job with the ball, and now in the field, just diving around. It shows the confidence that they have with those wickets. That's excellent fielding there.
Short pulled in the air. They look for a quick single. Shy at the stumps. A good attempt there from Ramtahal, but safely home in the end. It was Doshi.
I think that if she had hit that stump, that
Would have been a close call.
interesting.
Yeah, definitely.
I think she would have been short, but good work in the end from Ramtahal. Just didn't hit the stumps. But again, good aggressive run into. You have to give credit to the batters. She didn't pull it. She didn't get the connection that she wanted. It just bounced a bit before it reached the fielder. But they called quickly, and they were true for the single. And that's what they need to do. Build a partnership. Run between the wickets well. Look to get singles.
Oh, that's a beauty from Ramnath. My word. If you could take a definition of the perfect off-spin delivery and put it in the dictionary or any cricket textbook, that would be it.
All it did was just miss that off stump, the top of that off stump.
Yep.
That's all.
Lovely flight again. Bit too full on this occasion, not allowing the ball to drop and get that same purchase as before, but still a very, very tight over from Samara Ramnath. Just one run being conceded, 5 dot deliveries, and the skipper leading from the front as the vice captain has done from the first over, and rightfully so, as we see umpire Daniel just signaling the end of the power play. Herbert Myers is going to be given her 4th over, and by all means she rightfully deserves it. No better time to bowl than the present. Of course, skipper was possibly thinking if to maybe keep that one over down to the end, but she has a lot of bowlers in her arsenal in this lineup, and might as well let Tiani bowl out. Looking for another wicket, I'm sure, as this one is tucked into the leg side for a single.
Yeah, well, she's in good rhythm. Already picked up 2 wickets, bowling really good. Why not just let her bowl out? This is good thinking in the end. Let her continue that rhythm and bowl out. And another thing I would add, I must say, yes, we are out of the power play, but she still maintained that the fielders inside the circle. Just that one fielder is out. Yes, just that one fielder at deep mid-wicket.
So you saw just a last minute adjustment there. She was initially coming over the line and then switched to around the wicket, and I do like that idea. The thing is, with a right hand off spinner to a left handed batter, either angle works, but each angle, once you know how to use your strengths, can get the better of the batter. In the air, and it's over the head of the fielder again. Nice jump in with the hand outstretched, but unable to get anything on it.
Valiant effort there, basketball style, reaching in the air, but just over her head. And again, Herbert Myers probably thought she had another one. It was played in the air, but she just got enough bat onto it to get it over that fielder at cover and get a single.
Cut away, and just bubbles past skipper Ramnath. They get a single. They're looking for 2. And some good running between the wickets there from Doshi and Kartikeyan.
Yeah.
Know that they need to get a move on, so trying to maximize the runs when on offer. A very, I would say, rare blunder, because you normally expect excellence from Samara Ramnath. Probably that ball just deviated to her left.
Yeah, the first blemish on the field for the match.
In the air again, and this time it looks as if it's going over the head of the fielder mid-on, and it Just takes, well, I wouldn't say it took any bounces into the boundary. I thought it was going to bounce, but it just hit the ground and just rolled into the boundary ropes. Just to give you an idea of some of the dampness on the outfield. As you can see, as the ball landed, it bounced once and then just steadied off. Welcome boundary there. And Doshi deciding to take the attack to Herbert Myers. One more delivery. We know what happened the last time she was hit for a 4. She got a wicket the next. So let's see how she fares here with the final delivery of her spell. It's pulled down and just fended into the offside. No run.
Yeah, that's excellent from Doshi there. And it was a bit pitched up, and she did well in hitting straight down the ground. She didn't try to play across the line, hit straight down the ground. And knowing the fielders were inside the circle, mid-on and mid-off. So she just had to get enough on it, just to go over the infield. And a safe shot in the end. So a good over for the USA team. No USA under 19 women. Very good over for them. 27 for 3. And this is what the acceleration they need, especially in this middle overs. If they could just continue to get probably 4 or 5 runs per over, and that odd bad ball, you put it away, and you make it into a good over.
Ramnath continues. It's an excellent line and length, forcing Kartikeyan to come forward. She can just maintain that area. Given more flight on that occasion, possibly tempting Kartikeyan to be more expansive with the stroke play, but goes off the outside edge for a single, and now just making a fielding adjustment. So similar to the previous overs, again just one fielder outside of the 30-yard circle. So she has the deep mid-wicket out for the left-hander as well as for the right-hander. It seems as if she has a more a deep backward square than a deep mid-wicket. Lovely flight, and that's a really nice sweep shot. I like the look of Doshi playing those sweep shots. She's getting everything in line, head still, and most importantly, rolling her wrist. Look at that, all along the ground. That's excellent batting there from Nikhar Doshi.
And that's one of the main reasons Samara has that fielder out on that deep square leg boundary, because of that sweep shot that she's playing.
Well bowled again. I'm sure she'd want to bowl majority of her deliveries to the left-handed batter if she can. I mean, take nothing away, she'll still be up to the challenge with the right-hander, but it's just so much more enjoyable for these spinners when you have the matchups in your favor. A wrist spinner to a right-hander. Lovely flight again, just fended down to mid-off, no run.
Good partnership here for the US women and the 19 women. It's exactly what they needed. After losing 3 quick wickets, they need a pair just to stay there. 10 runs really only in the partnership, but it's 10 valuable runs. It's a partnership being built. And you have to give credit to the bowlers. The bowling have been very good, excellent. Just barring a few wides that was bowled by Weeks, it has been really, really good. Good bowling, targeting the stumps, not allowing the batters to really free their arms, and kept the pressure on because of the field placing as well. Had the fielders inside the circle, so no easy signals were allowed, and put the pressure on the batters. So this is excellent from the West Indies on 19 women here, and they need to just keep going, keep putting that pressure. But on the other hand, this pair, very important. They just need to do what they are doing at the moment. Rotate the strike, put away the bad balls. They are playing good shots, proper cricket shots, and shots that putting the bowlers back under pressure. So they just need to keep doing that. Rotate the strike and take it as deep as possible. If they can take it, probably we are in the 8th over, probably take it to probably the 15th over or so, and then allow the others to come in and express themselves. It's very good. So it's a good passage of play here for both teams.
Jayada Tyrell now comes into the attack. Starts off with a wide delivery. She's coming around the wicket to the right-handed Doshi. So an interesting angle. Just wonder if she's probably trying to get the ball to cut across the right-hander. If that's the case, needs to just start her line, I would say, on or around that middle or off stump and force the batter to play. Not too wide so that they can flash their hands at it, but start the ball on the wicket and let it move away if it needs to. But now she has immediately switched to over the wicket, so that plan seems to be changed. Nicely played. She waited on that delivery.
Yeah, that's an excellent cut shot. Just that ball, let's go a bit shorter, a bit wide outside the off-stump, and she just waited for it and didn't look to hit it hard. Just guide it past that fielder and pick up an easy single. And that's exactly what they need to do, this pair. Just keep rotating the strike. You will get the odd bad ball where you can put away, but build a partnership. Build a partnership. You're not gonna get too much freebies on bowlers. They have been bowling really well. So you have to really try and look to find those gaps, push the ball into the gaps and get singles.
And that's an interesting call, I would say, because the batter did flash a shot and it seemed to be close to where the ball passed. Okay, just beyond it. The initial look, it seemed to be right under the bat. So good call in the end.
Umpire's in the best position.
Yeah, of course. I think that one we have no doubts. It's a wide. I wonder if could even be considered a no ball, depending on where that ball pitched. I think it pitched on the pitch itself and then went past.
But good.
Yes, just within the line. If it went past those dotted lines, then it would have been signaled a no ball for pitching outside of the 22 yards.
But good work by Samara as well to cut it off.
Excellent. That would have gone for 4.
That would have been 4 runs. So keeper had no chance there, definitely.
Not at all.
So she need to pull things back here now.
Nicely played there from Doshi. This is running close to the boundary. Will it get all the way? Some excellent work in the outfield. That looks to be Abigail Bryce, is it? Giving chase. Yes, indeed. Look at this magnificent effort from Bryce. Perfectly timed to pull that one back in and save her team some runs.
And that's what we said before, the commitment. We saw that commitment for them. They meant business from the very first delivery. The fielding has been excellent. Byron, that one misfield by Samara there, but the fielding have been excellent so far. And that's what you want. You want your fielders to support your bowlers, even if they bowl a bad delivery.
And it's a low full toss, pulled away on the leg side. Again, a chase on, but again, well done. It seems to be Leah Weeks that time on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And I really must commend this West Indies team, not only the team on the field, but also off the field in terms of the coaching staff, because they would have had some part to play in getting these youngsters ready for this game and this series, and the fielding has truly been impressive.
But Doshi, the way Doshi is batting here is really good. This one is pulled straight to the fielder and a bit of misfield again. They're going to get 1. They're going to come back for 2. And that's all it's going to be. But again, Doshi, the way she's playing here, she's not allowing the bowlers to settle. And it's not, like just swiping across the line. It's proper cricket shot she's playing. She's not really trying to overhit the ball. But it's proper. Look at it. It was there to hit. And just over the head.
Just went through the legs of Ramtaha. So just as we were commending the fielding, of course, commentators curse. Apologies to you, Amrita. We did not intend to cause that blunder. I'm sure even you are wondering, how did that ball get past you? But it's the good old commentators curse, of course. We take no credit, but full credit at the same time.
Well said, sir. Well said. Yeah, but the way the Doshi is batting here and the previous shot, again, full toss, and she's looking to not play across the line, but hit straight down the ground. That is very good. And even the shot she played through extra cover, she didn't try to overhit it, just waited for it and just timed it, put it in the gap. And that's excellent. It shows that she is informed, she knows what she's doing. She's not really trying to give away her arm, but she's just trying to build a partnership, rotate the strike. This is excellent from Doshi here.
A low full toss again, and this one was a bit uppish, just to the left of Tyrell, so unable to get anything on it. But that completes her over, as well as the ninth over. It's 40 for the loss of 3. And when you look at this dipping delivery again, so we saw about 3, I think, dipping full toss deliveries. And bear in mind, those are never easy to play.
No, they're not.
It may seem as if to the person outside that it's a full toss, it should be dispatched to the boundary, but many times those deliveries get the better of the batters because they are deceived. It seems as if the ball is coming full to you on or around that middle waist length for you to just swivel and use your wrist. But when the ball is dipping, it's ever so much more difficult to judge those deliveries. Brianna Haricharan is going to come into the attack. She replaces Samara Ramnath, bowled 2 very economical overs and just probably keeping 2 overs behind, as we know it is a blessed Sunday. You see the glorious Mount St. Benedict poised on top of the hills there of the Northern Range.
And this is good too. You're not allowing the batters to settle against one particular bowler in rotating them. And every time it poses a different challenge to the batters. So it's not the same bowler. You can line them up. You know what they're going to do. So this is good, rotation of the bowlers. So I'm guessing you're going to have, it's a different challenge as well, the leg spinner in Haricharan, yeah.
So seems to be bowling the right arm wrist spin, where the first 2 deliveries have gone the direction of an off spin, so possibly 2 googlies to start. Nice fly. This is swatted away down the leg side, but there is protection. Excellent field placement. There's a deep backward square and a fielder just wide of what would be a traditional deep mid wicket, closer towards that corner position.
Yeah, and that's not bad from Kaita Kia. She just gets a single. All she needs to do is just rotate the strike. Though she's batting really well, so just give her the strike. Let her continue to bat. Let her continue to score runs. She's 16 from 17, and that's excellent for the team. So a batting partner, that's all she needs to do. Just try to get the strike. Don't absorb too many dot balls. She's 3 from 15, which is fine, considering the status of the game or the situation of the game. And it's just a matter of now building a partnership with Doshi here and taking it deep as possible. 41 for 3. And remember that target of 100 that they were looking at. It's very gettable at the moment. This one, she's on the back foot, just looking to punch that through that cover region. But again, good fielding there by Hubert Meyers. He has done really well in that cover position. Good start here by Haricharan. So I'm looking to sweep.
And that's a half chance, I would say.
Well, half shot as well from the bowler. But again, looking to sweep, looking to be aggressive and positive. I shouldn't say aggressive, but positive here is Doshi. Looking to score, try to score as much as possible.
And just fended to the offside for no run. So a very good first over from Haricharan. Just 1 run being conceded off of it. 41 for 3 after 10 overs. And the players will have a drinks break. And so will we. See you back shortly. Well, welcome back here to this sixth and final T20 international between the West Indies women's under 19 and the USA women's under 19s. 41 for 3 after 10 overs in this first innings. The West Indies women, just a reminder, they won the toss and decided to bowl first, sending the USA team in. And it's going fairly balanced thus far after a very aggressive start from the West Indies, picking up 3 early wickets. USA are doing well to get back into this one. It's a new bowler, Daniel Mans, into the attack. This one is hoisted over. Extra covers running close to the boundary, won't get all the way. 2 runs added to the total. And Mans getting an opportunity in this game, so being given the ball in hand as well. And as we noted at the end of the drinks break there, we just saw the vice captain, Herbert Myers, coming off the field. Substitute fielder on Zakia Harilal. Picked up a minor groin strain there, did Herbert Myers. Never want to come off the field easily, so we hope that she's all right.
Well, that's good from the batter there. Pitch up delivery, a lot of flight here you see from Mans. She had a good time in the under 19, the regional under 19, picked up a lot of wickets, and you know, she is very accurate. She gives the ball a lot of flight, and this is good from the batter. And just get into the pitch and drive in. This one is beating the fielder at extra cover. It's going to go close to the boundary. It actually goes into the boundary for 4. So that's a lovely shot there. Just easing into it. You can just get in the front foot there and just easing into it. Not looking for power, but placement. Place it perfectly and picks up 4 more. Excellent shot. And that total moves now to 47.
A very impressive stroke there from Hashini. And what I liked most about it, as you said, the placement, because there were 2 fielders positioned in or around that area, and she managed to pace the gap between them. Also, she waited on that delivery because the flight is generous from Mans, and it's not the easiest to maneuver. So she just waited that extra second. If she rushed the shot, it could have very well just popped in the air. Good timing. This one is down the leg side, and they will get another run added as the keeper did not collect that one cleanly. So she has the same 2 fielders on the leg side as did Hari Charan, but the previous deliveries apart from that one have been outside of the off stump. So I think she just needs to bear in mind either bowl to the field that the captain has set, or ask the captain to adjust the field to the line that you are bowling. And now we see an adjustment being made for the right-hander. So again, the deep mid wicket, the backward square in place, and the fielder 3/4 way to the boundary at extra cover. This is in the air, a chance at a catch, and it's dropped. Abigail Bryce. Seemed to be a regulation catch for all intents and purposes.
But she did the hard work in getting her wrong. Look at that. Getting around to take the catch, get herself in position to take the catch. But fingers pointing up, just hit the palm unfair and just bounced off. And chance not taken. And that would have been the wicket of Doshi, who's on 17 from 21, who's batting really well. They would have liked to see the back of her. But she survives. And could they rue that opportunity if she gets going here?
Well, they definitely need to take those chances when they come on offer, though she's looking really well set. This is in the air, down to the field at deep mid wicket. She just has to come around, retrieve only a single. But again, lofted uppishly and given the idea of a chance with safe in the end. 51 for 3 after 11. And we heard a few times during that over, one of the coaches of the West Indies team, Mr. Ryan Hines, former West Indies player himself, and for the Barbados national team, of course, he was indicating that it's a business area where the ball was going. We saw at least 3 or 4 deliveries in that over go through that region, whether it was the offside for the left-hander or the leg side for the right-hander, and essentially just guiding these youngsters in terms of reading the game, understanding where to put your stronger fielders, where to possibly compact the field a bit more, maybe take one from the leg side to strengthen the offside. But all this is part of the learning curve and the development. So they're just taking all of this in stride. Haricharan to continue. A very good first over, just one run coming off of it. And seems to be bowling a bit flatter than Mans. Mans likes to flight. And right on cue, Haricharan just quicker through the air. As my colleagues from Sinkis like to say, flatter and faster.
Yes. But there's a strong leg side feel, which tells me that she has to bowl straighter. Because there's no protection on the offside. So all the batter has to do, if it's on the off stump, just get it through that in a field. And there's runs. So she has to be very straight here. And this is, to me, I feel that is not a good field setting for the bowler. Trying to tell her to bowl straighter. Just get a bit outside and allow her to bowl that leg break to come back in. But she cannot bowl the leg break now because it's a straight, she has to bowl pretty straight. So she's just going to try to throw either the straight one or the googly.
And I'm just wondering if it is a situation where a bit of a cat and mouse or a double bluff in terms of strengthening the leg side, putting your fielders out on the boundary, but bowling more so on offside line. It seems to be working thus far. It's just tucked into the leg side this time, but it's working because, again, 4 dot deliveries to start. And possibly tempting the batter, saying, there's no one out on the offside, try to hit me if you can.
You're right, they said it's working. They wouldn't mind that at all. Not this time. Signal wide by umpire Candice Laborde. And her umpire at square leg, umpire Vicky Daniels.
They look as if they wanted to get a single, but very cautious indeed. I think safety first was a better decision there.
Well, you have to say she's bowling to her field. She's bowling pretty straight, and it's working for them. So this is excellent. Just a wide in the over thus far. But I would have liked to see her put some more pressure on the batter. In terms of bringing the field, not so many fielders out in the leg side and boundaries, because you're given easy single if she works it into the onside.
Well, another excellent over at the end of it. Just one run again. In fact, just an extra being conceded. Yeah, so 2 overs, 2 runs as we see Herbert Myers returning to the field, Harry Lal coming off, and umpire Vicky Daniel there in the shot with some of the supporters poised underneath the shade of the tree, which is certainly a priceless asset with this scorching sun around. We seen some trees brewing, so definitely the wind is present as well, but take nothing away from the heat.
Well, they wouldn't mind the heat, considering the
compared
last
to
couple
the rain,
of games.
Yeah. Nice flight again from Mans. I have no difficulty with her flighting those deliveries. I would just probably suggest that if she can pull it back just a foot or 2 or so, yeah, because if she's going too full, she's allowing the batters to just step forward and push the ball along the ground. But if she pulls it just back of a length, they'll put the batters in 2 minds, whether to come forward, whether to stay back. Also allow the ball to grip off of the surface.
And she has the field set.
In the air, chance at a catch, oh, and it's dropped. That was more difficult than the previous one.
I think that's Weeks.
Yeah, Leah Weeks.
Yeah, that's a brilliant effort, I must say. She did a lot of hard work to run around in front of the umpire. Let's look at it, look at that. Look at that. Just to get there and a big dive in the end.
Yeah, excellent effort
Just
indeed.
popped out when her elbows hit the ground. But that's a very good effort from Weeks.
2 full this time from Mans, but again just punched on the ground for a single. And you saw with that drop catch, again the delivery from Mans, she did pull it back just a bit.
Yeah.
And that, I would believe, is what caused the shot to go aerially, as the batter just mistimed it due to
Trouble here now. She's down. And that is not a good sign. You can see she's in some pain here.
I really hope she's all right.
I really do, but it doesn't seem to be, doesn't look too good. And this is not good. This is not what you want to see from the players. She's up.
Up, most importantly, and look at this, just pulled it back before the rope. So again, excellent work. Kudos to her for that valiant effort. Really hope that she has not sustained a serious injury. She's up, as we said, most importantly.
Yeah.
Being tended to, and Mans will continue. Bit too full again, pulled away just for a single, but she's getting away with those fuller length deliveries, not being dispatched to the boundary as the USA team would like. But more importantly, they are still rotating the strike and scoring off of it. So Mans has been a bit expensive compared to the rest of the bowlers. Into final delivery of the second over, already conceded 16.
Yeah, she has been a bit too full. And that has been the problem. It allowed the batters to really just get to the front foot and punch the ball.
In the air, down to the field, that long one coming in. And drops just short.
And early on I was thinking, I was like, why you have the fielder out on the boundary on that onside? You want them to play in the air. You want them to play those shots, and you need to have the fielders in the 30-yard circle because they are not going to hit it all the way to the boundary. They are not. So you need to have those fielders there, or even probably a third of the way to in order to pick those catches. But it's an opportunity at the end of 13 overs. USA really doing well here. This partnership now blossoming for the USA under 19. They are 61 for 3 after 13.
And just out of the screen, and now you're seeing it. Some extra treatment being given to Herbert Myers. It's really good to see even members from the USA medical staff joining in to offer assistance, and of course the emergency health services that we have at the ground. They have been called into action as well. Harry Turan continues the third over, and a rare single is being taken.
But that's excellent running.
Yeah.
It was worked into the onside. Remember we said that the fielders, they are on the boundary line at backward square and deep mid-wicket. There's that one fielder just on the 30-yard circle, and all she has to do is just push it to that fielder, and it's an easy single. And that's what we were mentioning. Maybe bring one of them up and prevent that single. Force them into trying something different or go over the top. So it's an easy single, and they would take that. They would take that any day. And it's just a matter of building a partnership. The projected score is 94. They would want to get there would be excellent, but they would want a little bit more.
Well, I think what they are doing really well is that they are setting themselves up for an explosive ending to this first innings, because this pair has put on 44 for this partnership. It was 18 for 3 when they were joined at the crease, and they have done a great job in terms of getting some runs on the board and ensuring that they still have wickets in hand. It's a lovely looking shot there. Chance at a run out, and it's a direct hit. Umpire is saying no. Is she indicating that the base came off before? I don't think.
Well,
she's pointing to the bowler as if the bowler
broke
touched
the stumps before. So let's have a look at that.
Need to probably slow that one down just a bit.
So that's the bit. Excellent feeling, you must see.
It seems to have hit the stumps without any interference from the bowler.
Well, the umpire can't miss the board. slow it down.
Oh, that is, I think, too close even
Yeah, I
for
think
us to call with the technology, because her hand and the ball
Yeah.
seemed to hit it at the same time.
Yeah, it was very close. I think you have to give credit to the umpire there. That's
And
a
give
good
her the
call.
benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, that's a good call. It's
And
really
in fairness
too
to
close.
the batters as well,
Yeah.
she probably just decided benefit of the doubt has to go to
Yeah, that's
the interest.
Yeah, it's really close. So I mean, you can't fault the umpire for not giving that decision there. That's really, really good. So you have to give credit to umpire Candice LaBorde for that decision.
And of course, you can't fault Taricharan either for asking the question, because she wouldn't have known
Correct.
at the
No, she
moment.
has to. She has to ask the question.
And genuine curiosity on her face.
Yeah. But the partnership continues. I wouldn't say motor along, but it continues. It's building, and it is exactly what they want. Remember, we mentioned earlier, if they could take the partnership to probably around the 15th over, well, they're almost there.
Yeah.
It's a 14th
And they
over.
can explode in the final 5 overs.
Correct.
And play much more aggressive strokes.
Yeah.
7 wickets in hand still.
And they have played very smart cricket here. The bowlers have bowled well. You have to give them credit. And they have played the ball when it's a good delivery, pushing around, try to get the single, and they have punished the bad balls. So at the end of 14 overs, the USA under-19 women, they are 66 for 3.
Haicharan has 1 over left. Ramnath has 2. So that would be, you would assume, 3 out of the remaining 6 overs with this.
Weeks has 2 as well.
Weeks has 2 as well. Looks as if Mans is going to be given a 3rd over. She's standing at the top of her mark. So once she bowls this 15th over, 5 overs left. 1 more to Haicharan, 2 to Ramnath, 2 to Weeks. They can split it between them. Terrell also bowled 1.
Yeah, she bowled 1 only.
And not too sure if they would probably look to introduce a new bowler at this late stage, even though they do have a variety of options. They still have Najani Kumbabach. They have the likes of Amrita Ramtahal, who can bowl some medium pace as well. Well, that's better from Mans. That's an excellent delivery. And Paya Daniela judging that
it looks like it's going to be, it's down the leg side.
Yeah.
Judging from the way she played the shot as well.
This is what we are speaking about. Good flight, but dipping just enough. A hit her on the shoulder, in fact. And again, good work from the wicketkeeper. Asking a question belatedly, but safely home. I think it was some more excitement as the fact that the ball was taken cleanly and the stumps were broken. I would have appealed myself. I give them no wrong at all.
That's the keeper's job.
Indeed.
To appeal, yeah. If you don't appeal, there's no opportunity. The umpire would not say anything. And we saw that in matches already. No one appeal when it was a wicket, but if you don't appeal, the umpire cannot send you. Cannot send the batter.
And
You
the
have to appeal.
players get upset with you for appealing when the umpire is the one who makes the decision. Oh, look at that delivery.
That's a brilliant comeback here from Man. The previous over was a bit up and down in terms of her length and her line, but this time
I think she's now found her rhythm.
Yeah,
I would
she's
probably even
spot
give
on.
her a 4th if she finishes the third over
Yeah.
in this fashion.
Definitely.
Pulled away in the air. It's into the gap. A chase on for the fielder at long on. She gets there, does Bryce.
Yeah, that's excellent work out in the deep there. They were looking for 2. It should have been 2, but she got to that one really quickly. And that's what prevented them from coming back for that 2, that second run. 67 for 3. Excellent here. And you mentioned it, this middle phase of the game, it is where the teams win or lose a game. And USA under-19 have really batted well.
That's a lovely stroke through the gap. That's going to run away for 4, barring an excellent attempt. And I'm glad that I finished with that because it does seem to be an excellent attempt that has curtailed the ball from reaching the ropes. Saved the team a couple of runs there, but take nothing away from that shot. Really well played there. And look at this. Oh, wow.
Well,
That signal for by the umpire, so
didn't get back for 3.
50 partnership coming up in that as well. In the air, the wicketkeeper takes the catch. And finally, Daniel Mans gets a well-deserved wicket into the end of a third over. And just a bit of extra bounce on that one, you would think. And Doshi trying to pull it into that vacant backward square area. Top edge. Comfortable catch for George. And just as they reach that 50-run partnership, it is broken. You wonder if that's just a bit of poetic justice, Ronnie, in terms of they reached that partnership, the 15th over, the last delivery, 15th over. So now the floodgates are going to open. 5 overs left. New batter going to the crease. They have full license to attack. 70 is a very decent score still. The captain did say at the toss she was looking to get anywhere over 100. And above that would be a plus. So I think they're very well set for that target at this point in time. Players just having some water out there.
Yeah, definitely a timely wicket, a very timely wicket here for the West Indies. The partnership, as you mentioned, just got to 50, and they were looking to be a bit more aggressive and play a bit more in their stroke making. And just that one a bit shorter. Really should have pulled that away, but probably a bit quicker onto her as well. And the top edge and the keeper did the rest. But again, Man's picking up that wicket, but a timely wicket in the end. But we said they need to take it to the 15th over, and they did. They did take it to the 15th over. That's exactly what they wanted. When they would have liked for Doshi in particular to really carry on. She looked really good. She looked the part. She looked to be the aggressive batter. But it's not to be. And it's going to be Chopra, the new batter, left-hander.
So good contribution there, as you mentioned, from Doshi.
Chopra in 4 matches so far, just 47 runs, a highest of 28. So she would want to really get them on the runs here. Try to get them over that 100 mark. It's going to be high run to continue. 7 runs from her 3 overs. Excellent from her. This one is whipped away. Square of the wicket. It's just a single. You're not going to mind that at all, the singles. Just don't want the boundaries. High run. 60 matches so far for the West Indies, picking up just 16 wickets, I believe. So she's doing a very good job here at the moment. 7 runs from 3 overs. Wow, that's very good going. Should make it 8. That should be 8. There was a single just now. Chopra just looking to guide that one past that fielder at that backward point region. Now there's a change in field. The fielder from that square leg, short square leg, came over to the third man. So there's a short third man just for that shot. And she played it in the air. Oh, that's an opportunity. But again, the excellent feeling. A chance for a run out? No. So it was a short ball, so she was looking to play that ball where that fielder came out from in that fine leg region and got a little more bat than she wanted. It went to the fielder at that deep mid-wicket boundary. Did well to get to it. Didn't take the catch. Threw the ball back in. There was an opportunity for a run out. The keeper missed it. And then there was an opportunity for another extra run. Not taken. Just 1 run in the end. All happening in that one delivery.
Goes down the leg side this time, and they push for a single. Some excellent running there from Kartikeyan and Chopra. Can see the intent from the USA team. They are looking to score off of every delivery, and rightfully so. If you can't get the boundaries, rotate the strike, run off of every delivery, plus the extras will get you up to 6, 7, even 8 and over. It's better from Hari Charan. And a direct hit this time, and she's given out. Hari Charan backed away from the stumps to avoid any controversy like the previous attempt. And what about that direct hit? Excellent work in the outfield there. That's Abigail Bryce. The ball has been following her all around the park, and really well done with that direct hit throw to the stumps. Batter was not close to the crease, and neither was the bowler, thankfully.
Yeah, definitely. And you could see the intent from the US players in trying to be aggressive between the wicket in terms of running. But you have to give credit to Bryce there. That was an excellent piece of fielding. She ran around nicely. She had to run around to get to it, and then picked it up and in one motion threw down the stumps. That was very good from her. And for the West Indies, picking up another wicket here. And it is exactly what the West Indies wanted after getting that breakthrough, breaking that partnership. They want to continue picking wickets, just pull things back a bit for the US team, not allow them to just explode in the end. And in picking up wickets, that's exactly what you do. New batter come in, has to take a few deliveries to get set, and then look to be aggressive. So this is good from the West Indies, but we still have the set batter still there on 18, and she has to do a lot of the work now. It's really up to her to take them past this 100 mark. New batter Madhavan.
Well bowled again from Hari Charan. Quicker delivery to the new batter. Just has one more delivery to finish her spell. It has been very impressive thus far. She would want to get a wicket in that column, I'm sure, just to put a cherry on top. And almost gets it. A Yorker length delivery to finish off her 4 overs, none for 11, but did contribute to a run out in that final over. 74 for 5 after 16. An excellent spell there from Brianna Hari Charan. Very commendable indeed. Skipper Ramnath, you would anticipate, will replace her from this end. And just as you mentioned, Mans is going to be given her 4th over, and rightfully so. The 3rd over, she was excellent. Got a wicket, adjusted her line and her length, seemed to be in a much better rhythm. And captain rewarding her. She'll be looking to see if she can pick another pepper, in the words of our esteemed colleague, Mr. Ruskin Mark.
Yes, definitely. Let's continue to the new batter. And this is excellent. Just a short delivery, but just working it into the onside. And that's smart. Just getting the set batter back on strike. And let her continue to try and be a bit aggressive. She's a set batter, so this is good, and not absorbing too many dot balls. The first ball, she just gets off the mark. That is very good.
Having faced 35 deliveries, Kartikeyan, her eyes should be set at this stage. 18 off of 35. Not the strike rate she would have desired, but she has a chance here to push on. And push on she does. That's a lovely looking shot into the gap on the leg side. It will drop and just stay in the grass. If the outfield was not as damp due to some rain over the last few days, that ball would have probably just pitched and skidded away to the boundary. But you can see that the batters are where they have to run and get the maximum out of those shots. But good intent there from Hashini.
Clear intention.
Again, waited on that one nicely. Good work from Bryce, who seems to be lightning quick in this outfield, I tell you. Bryce and Herbert Myers have truly been outstanding in the field today, and as I say that, Herbert Myers is back on the field.
Yeah, probably just shaken up a bit, winded a bit after that feeling effort when she dove at the boundary.
Exactly.
But she's
It's the
back
desire
up.
to get back out there, which is truly commendable. She wants to be part of the action.
Yeah.
Oh, and falling away with that sweep shot was Mahi. We saw Doshi play that sweep shot quite expertly. Excellent technique and execution. Oh, and some extra bounce on this one.
Yeah, and she does get that extra bounce because of the flight that she gives. As you said, generous flight. And you will get, when that ball comes down, you will get that extra bounce. And that's why she has to be a bit shorter. She would, maximize that bounce and make it difficult for the batters.
Yeah, in the air, it's gone high, but not far, and it's dropped. It did go up into the white canopy of clouds over the Sir Frank Worrell field here. Fielder did get under it and just seemed to be a step or two away from the ball as the ball just clipped the outer parts of her fingers. Wide call.
Yeah, they're struggling a bit here, Mans, in this over.
I like what we've seen from there. There's definitely a lot of potential to work with if she can continue with that same trajectory.
Yeah, but is the aggressiveness, and this is another chance, opportunity.
High Turan
taken.
is not dropping that.
Taken this time around, and that's the wicket that you were looking for. Well, we got a chance in the previous delivery, but this
Again,
time,
that extra bounce you see being a factor. She pulled it back of a length, yes, but similar to how she got her first wicket, that bit of extra bounce just causing the ball to come off the upper edge of the bat, sky into the air, and Harry Charan taking a comfortable catch, or making it look comfortable indeed, because do know that the ball going high up in the air is not as easy with the cloud cover around. But again, finishes her over with a wicket as she did on the third over. Finishes her spell this time, 4 overs, 2 wickets for 28. And well bolted Danielle Mans, just reward at the end of her spell. And interestingly enough, it seems to be Weeks who's going to come into the attack. I thought maybe that Samara Ramnath might have brought herself into the attack as she has 2 overs, and possibly use Weeks on the other end for 1 over, because 3 overs remain at this stage. So
Weeks will bowl out.
it looks as if she's going to bowl out.
Yeah. Well, she bowled well. Give her credit. She bowled really well up front.
Apart from the couple of wides, which we think were down
She
to changing her
started-
angle
yeah.
more than anything, because she switched from over the wicket to around, and that's the only time she pulled those deliveries down to the leg side. But apart from that, she did have a very nice rhythm, line and length.
So it seems like she will finish from the southern end. With her remaining 2 overs, it looks like it's going to be Samara just to bowl at 1 over from the northern end.
It's down the leg side, but good stop there from Kayla George. Wide being signalled. Of course, we say a very good morning to Coach Ryan Hines, West Indies legend, and doing some excellent work with this West Indies under-19 women's team, as well as throughout the region in Barbados. Almost chopping that one onto the stubs, but that's the line that she needs to persist with this week's. Again, as we noted from the first couple of overs, a nice kiddie action.
No, she has a lot to work with, I must say, and she keeps it simple. That's at the end of the day. She keeps it simple. Doesn't try to do too much. Just keeps it on the stumps gets the ball to probably just nip into the right-hander, as we said there. So she gets the ball to nip in, and well, she's given. So that one seemed to, it came back into the right-hander. And let's have a look. It came back a long way. But
so it seems as if she shuffled across the stumps. Now, of course, from our angle, it's not the best, but at the same time, umpire Laborde has the discretion and the best view. It seemed as if she may have just shuffled across the stumps, so possibly going on or around that middle and leg stump region, but the height is also another factor to consider, as you saw where that ball struck the batter.
Let's have another look at that.
Look at this here. So the height was above the pads, but still seemed to be in line with the stumps because she was crouched. So all of those factors has to be taken into consideration. Short and just nudged down to third. And for a single. So ultimately a very good decision from Candace Laborde, because at first instance it seemed as if the height might have been a factor. It seemed as if possibly would have been angling down leg, but taking the other factors into play, she shuffled across the stumps. She was in a crouched position when she played the shot, so therefore stooping instead of just being at a natural standing height, and ultimately had to depart. I think this one definitely was going down the leg side.
But as I said before, she works with what she has. She gets that ball to nip back into the right-hander. She just probably need to maybe just start it a bit wider outside that off stump and just get it to come back. She gets to come back a long way. Will pose a lot of problems for the right-handers in terms of, getting them clean and getting the ball through the gate. A bit too wide this time. Bottom edge found. Goes down to that third-man region. And they get an easy single in the end. Get up to 84. 84 for 7. Not the finish the USA under-19 would have wanted, considering they lost their 4th wicket in 15th over for 70 runs. Looking to really push on.
And they're favoring that area in this over. Some smart batting in terms of just angling. Not looking to play too much attacking or aggressive strokes, but seeing a gap between that deep third man as well as backward point and utilizing it to good effect at the end of 18 overs. 86 for 7 and safely home in the end. Nice diving attempt to reach back into the crease there, and 14 to reach to that 100 mark. 12 deliveries left. I think they're going to try to go for it. Ramnath now returning from the opposite end where she commenced the spell. She has 2 overs, but is only going to be able to bowl 1 unless she decides to bowl from both ends, which I don't think would be allowed. But I mean, just thinking of the decision, it seemed as if pace off the ball and spin was working well. So I thought that she might have backed herself to bowl the remaining 2 overs, but by all means, outside the off stump cut away and no run. And again, a direct hit to the stumps. The accuracy of the throwing from this West Indies under-19 women's team is truly commendable. It's really inspiring as well for anyone looking on. Well, even some of the senior players need to take note.
Yeah, I think it's just once they missed the stumps. That was a throw from the southern end. And I think that's the only time they missed the stumps. Other than that, they have hit the stumps every opportunity they got.
And it's the angles that they're hitting from at as well. It's almost side on most of the times, either at a backward square or backward point. Essentially even at one stump. Oh, it's well bowled from Samara. You can see she hung that delivery outside the off stump, and this is Another direct hit. This time, the ball says not out, but that's very interesting. So the throw came in from the fielder and it hit the batter, and the batter decided to take a run.
So I think they're having a discussion here.
I would think, apart from the rules of the game, just in terms of the fair play nature, maybe
It's if it hits the bat, then you don't go for the second.
correct. This time it hit the body.
Yeah.
But I think the players were actually checking to see if she was okay.
Yeah.
But she turned and she went for the single, so I think she was more than okay in the end.
Yeah, but I think they.
But now she's being checked.
They have to do the customary check, because I think it
Hit her
came off
somewhere
her
in
body
the upper
and-
region.
and into the helmet. So once it hits the helmet, they have to have a look. They'll have to go through the customary, checks, questions. So and this is good. You do the proper thing. It hit her. It ricocheted onto the helmet. They need to do the checks. So I think that's what the umpires were having a chat about, and they called for the physio to have a look.
Well, the West Indies players were certainly asking a question about the single or the legitimacy of the single. I mean, all's well that ends well, as you said. If the ball does not come off of the bat, I think it's within their discretion.
Yeah, well,
If the ball
thing
hits
is-
the body, it actually hit the helmet first, it seemed.
Oh,
We did see it hit the upper region. It was close
yeah,
to.
it looked like the helmet.
Yes,
Yeah.
it hit the side of the helmet first.
So they definitely had to do the checks. She's all fine and well.
And look at that amount of turn. My word, Samara Ramnath, that is a beauty. Clip the top of the base. Bold. And that is a brilliant wicket. Just look at this. Nice flight. Pitching on or wrong fifth stump. Turning between bat, pad, everything. I hit the top of the stump. Amazing bowling there from Samara Ramnath. And makes it look so casual.
Well, the USA spinners would be looking at that and they would be eyeing, they would be saying, well, okay, if they could get that amount of spin, bounce and turn, then when our opportunity, we'll have an opportunity to utilize that as well. So they would be happy to see that.
And that's what I'm saying. If they do get up to that 100 mark, it will still be a very competitive total because of the nature of the surface and the fact that they have some very good spinners in their lineup, the USA team. Also having batted first and experienced the nature of the pitch firsthand, down to the 9th wicket now. So majority of the lineup, they have been able to see what the pitch is doing and get an idea. And I think they'll be licking their lips when they get the ball in hand. No matter the total that they set, they're going to come out with full intentions to try and restrict the West Indies team. Ramnath has 3 deliveries left. She's switched around the wicket for the left-handed Aditi Kumar, who has come to the crease. It's well bowled. Not giving her any room to free her hands. Keeping the line very straight. Angling into the leg stump, pitching and turning away to pass the off stump. Look at everyone there, hands on their heads, just wondering where did that ball pass and how did it miss the stump. So we saw from that angle it went over, and a really nice take from Kayla George, clipping the base as well.
The keeper wasn't ready. So we have to pull that one over.
Right on cue, Ramnath finishes with another dot delivery, finishes her third over, which will eventually be her spell for this game. 1 wicket, 4 runs, as we are going into the final over, which is going to be bowled by Aaliyah Weeks, who has 2 wickets in her 3 overs. So she's going to finish her spell as they look to finish off this innings. 13 to get in this final over to get to that 100 mark. It's not impossible, not improbable, but the question is whether it's in fact doable given the nature of the surface, the nature of Weeks and her bowling, which is very skiddy. We see umpire Laborde signaling the batting power play, I believe. Only 2 fielders outside. And those 2 fielders are at deep third as well as deep cover. Down the leg side. Don't want to be giving away any extras in this final over. When she has kept the ball outside the line of the off stump, she has been most successful. Aaliyah Weeks just needs to keep that angle, finish strong with these remaining 5 deliveries. And that's much better. Look at that. She's bowled her. She's clipped the leg stump. Again, as you mentioned, Ronnie, that angle with the ball nipping in to the batter. You can see the batter was in fact batting on or wrong off stump. So therefore, she was trying to play to the leg side and expose all of the stumps. So even though she shuffled across, she exposed them in the end by trying to play that cross-batted stroke, and Weeks picks up her third.
Yeah, the ball came back sharply at her, and she was on the back foot because it was slightly short. She was on the back foot looking to play it onto the onside, but it came back sharply at her, and she was unable to get in line to work it into the onside, and ended up in a little bit of awkward position, and it went through her. And Weeks is a bit quicker than you expected as well, so it went through her and hit that leg stump, and it's another wicket for Weeks.
Sanvi Imadi, the new batter to the crease, and the final batter for the innings. Weeks will be looking to pick up her 4th, I'm sure.
Oh. 3 wickets for 14.
Again switching to around the wicket. Let's see if she can maintain outside of the off stump. And she does. Umpire Laborde judging that to be a legal delivery. So just within the wide line, possibly trying to go with that full and wide approach, which we're accustomed to seeing in the death overs of any limited overs game. Oh, it's excellent. Really quick, I must say. It's, in fact,
I think that almost threw her before she actually played the shot.
Well, yeah, I was not going to
That
say, I
was
think that's in
really
fact
a
the
quick
quickest
delivery,
delivery we
yeah.
saw for the innings thus far.
And that's good. That's what you want to lower order. Just pull it quick and on the stumps. If they miss, you're going to have to bring in the LBW, the bowl into play. So there's a number of options available.
And again for the wide, they look for the single, and it's a direct hit from the wicketkeeper. Batter doesn't even bother to turn because she was genuinely short of her crease. And rightfully so, they were looking to maximize the runs. Very good work there from George. A nice underarm flick with the gloves on, which is no easy task at all. And they get the final wicket of the innings via the run-out route. So it's finished at 88 all out, the USA women's under-19 team. And the West Indies under-19 women's team will be very proud of that effort in the end, as they restricted the USA women to under that 100-run mark, which they were coveting from the start of play. And all in all, excellent bowling performance. Notable mentions, Aaliyah Weeks picking up 4 wickets in the end, and rightfully so. 3 wickets, in fact, the last one being a run out. Brianna Haricharan, a very economical spell. Samara Ramnath picking up 1 wicket in her 3 overs. So just to give you...
Man's picking up 2 as well.
Yeah. Just to give you an idea of the confirmed figures. As we see, the players are now walking off the field and having a nice huddle, awaiting the captain to lead them off. But yes, so just to give you an idea of the figures, Herbert Mayer started off proceedings. Of course, the vice captain, 4 overs, 2 wickets for 18 runs. Aaliyah Weeks, 3.5 overs, 3 wickets for 14 runs. Samara Ramnath, 3 overs, 1 wicket for 4 runs. Jaida Tyrell, just 1 over for 11. Brianna Haricharan, 4 overs for 11 runs, no wicket. And Danielle Mans, 4 overs, 2 wickets for 28. In terms of the batting scorecard, the notable scores from Nikar Doshi, 23 off of 33 with 1-4. And Hashini Kartikeyan, 21 off 38 with 1-4 as well. Other scores, or in fact the top score for the innings would be extras at 25, and that allowed the USA to reach a total of 88 all out.
Yeah, definitely, and it is not where they wanted to be, as we could from the captain at the toss. Wanted to get probably at 100 or more, and in the end, the start wasn't all that, losing 3 wickets early in the power play, but they had that wonderful partnership of 50 that really brought them 70 for 3 in the 15th over, but then they really just fall away. When they were looking to accelerate, they fell away a bit and managed to only score 88, reach that 88, so they just lost their last 6 wickets, well 7 wickets actually, for just 18 runs. So they fell away a bit there, and you must give credit to the bowlers, excellent bowling, the spinners in particular. But as I say, the US team have really good spinners in their ranks as well, so they would have seen what had happened there, and they would be looking to repeat that and hopefully bowl out the West Indies before that target of 89. So we'll take a little break here, as it's the lunch break, and do join us back in about 20 minutes or so, where we'll have the chase and see if the West Indies could get to that total of 89 to square the series at 2 apiece.
Well, we're back here at the University of the West Indies St. Augustine campus, Sir Frank Worrell Field, for this sixth and final T20 international between the West Indies women's under-19 and the USA women's under-19. Apologies for the lack of audio in the previous overs. There was just some technical difficulties being sorted, but thankfully it seems to be resolved now. We're glad to have you back with us on air. Give you an idea of how proceedings went thus far. Just a reminder at the start, West Indies won the toss, decided to bowl first, set the USA in to bat. They amassed a total of 88 all out in 19.5 overs, and that means that the West Indies under-19 women, they require 89 for victory. It's 15 for 1 now in the fifth over. 1 wicket to fall was that of Amrita Ramtahal. Went to Madhi Madhavan the previous over. And now Aditi Kumar is continuing with her left arm seam, bowling very nicely. Najani Cumberbatch on the non-strikers end. The first time that Cumberbatch is opening the batting. Decided that she wants to try the opening position and was given the backing from her coaching staff. So good to see her out there. Is looking confident at this stage. Hari Charan new to the crease. And again tries to drive and misses. That angle of the left-hander to the right-hander from over the wicket. Naturally the ball will just push away from the right-handed batter, and even without any real noticeable seam movement, there seems to be just a tad bit of movement off of the pitch itself. I did note previously that there's just some cracks in our round. And this one angled on the stumps, flicked away nicely from Hari Charan, and this will run into the boundary for 4. So the one delivery that Kumar strayed onto the pads has been dispatched. Previously everything outside that off-stump line was troubling Hari Charan, and this time Hari Charan troubles the scorers by scoring a 4 and opening her account.
Yeah, this is good from her, good confidence. Booster from her after losing that wicket. She's one of the more important batters on the team, and she needs to really build an innings here. And you can see Kumar is getting that ball to swing in the air, back into the right-handers. She just has to get that line and length right, and she could pose a lot of problems and get that one to curve back into the right-hander. At the end of the over, at the end of 5 overs, it's 19 for 1.
Yeah, so a very balanced start, you would say, to the game. And neither side seeming to be fully in control as yet. Of course, the USA are bowling well. The West Indies are batting with a measured approach. Mixture of some dot deliveries, some boundaries. Not able to get those singles to rotate the strike as easily as yet. Of course, the fielders close in the 30-yard circle. So they're putting pressure on the batters and forcing them to go either over the 30-yard or through the gaps. And we see another bowling change being implemented. So the USA not taking lightly with their full squad. Looking to use everyone that they have on offer and keep the batters guessing. Sanvi Imadi coming into the attack. And they saw what spin did for the West Indies in the first inning, so they are going to try to see if they can get the same results with their turn. Dead ball as the rag at the back of the pocket has just slipped out. Umpire Laborde with a interesting smile there as we heard some cheers from the West Indies support staff. Possibly there might have been a previous incident of similar nature.
It's all good. It's all good out there in the middle.
Oh, that's a beauty. Inside edge. Run away for one. They should be able to get two comfortably. And they do in the end. Oh, it's a close call for a run out. But she seemed confident enough there. Cumberbatch running back to the danger end. Didn't think that she needed to pull out the dive. She is quick between the wickets, so safely. But what about that delivery though? Imadi, a really nice smooth action. You can see that she's just bending her back extra when she reaches to that delivery point.
And that one came back into the right-handed Cumberbatch, and she was on the back foot looking to really punch it into the offside, but got an inside edge, passed really close to the stumps as well. And good aggressive running from the pair as well in coming back for that second. But again, that's a good start from the bowler.
Short and cut away. That's a wonderful shot there from Najani Cumberbatch. Spread along the carpet for four. On the moment it passed the 30-yard circle, it was destined for the boundary ropes. And really nicely played. Look at it. Short outside the off stump, got into position. And again, as you mentioned before, Ronnie, the stillness of her head position in her stroke play is really admirable. That's why she's able to execute those shots that she desires.
As well as her footwork. Her footwork is very good. So she has that initial prod forward, and then when we saw that replay of that cut shot, she went forward, and then she saw it was short and wide, and look at that back foot. It went across, closer to the ball. Look at it. She went across outside that off stump.
And deja vu. Another four.
Yeah, she was able to cut that ball and find the gap. Hit down on it. That's the good thing about it. She was able to get across and hit down on it and into the gap.
This time a different part of the field, going between that mid-off and extra cover region. Previously, it went towards that sweeper position. But nice footwork, nice timing.
Correct.
Good balance. Full face of the bat. And excellent delivery and good choice of shot as well. Decided to come forward with a defensive stroke, just beaten with some extra turn and bounce. So good cricket all around there. Nice take by the wicketkeeper as well.
Yeah, that's smart from Cumberbatch. It's on the stump, so she's just getting forward and playing. When it's a bit short and wide, she's...
It's fended into the offside there for a single, and that would end the over. So at the end of the over, it's 30 for 1 after 6. Current run rate of 5 per over, and just above the required run rate of 4.2. So the West Indies going along nicely. Really don't need to try anything different at this stage. Just play normal cricket, maintain their composure. Cumberbatch looks to be very confident at the crease. I like this, the fact that she has chosen to open. She took that responsibility on her shoulders, and she looks the part by all means.
Yeah, technically correct. Plays the shot to the right ball. If it's short, she's on the back foot looking to cut. If it's full, she's on the front foot looking to drive. And when she's driving, plays straight back down the ground. That's excellent.
Just pulling away there. Power play now completed at the end of 6 overs. Wonder if there was just some chatter in the field as the delivery was about to be bowled.
And there were some adjustments in the field.
Adjustments being after as well.
Yeah.
So probably just out of the corner for eye, Cumberbatch saw something, but the umpire didn't notice.
The umpire's fixing the stumps. Maybe the bails came off.
It just had some gusting winds across the ground. Could have possibly clipped that bail there.
59 more runs required for a victory of 84 deliveries. It's very easy, quite gettable.
Now we've seen Chopra try to maintain this line on or around that 5th stump within the wide line, tempting the right-handed batters to go square of the wicket. She has protection. And this is almost hitting the stumps. That was very close.
She's a bit over too confident.
Doesn't need to do that. Just play
back.
straight. We saw her play straight very nicely in the previous overs. That delivery is around the wicket, yes, but it's turning into you. Just step forward and drive down the ground. That one is cut in the air and is taken. The plan that was set by Chopra. And you can see the celebrations from the USA team. That's exactly what she wanted to do. She kept bowling wide outside the off stump. Kept trying to tempt the batters to hit the ball in that region. And so said, so done. This was in fact one of the shorter deliveries. So it was just standing up in the pitch. Did flight it. Not as full as the previous deliveries. But it stood up there. It was there to be hit in fairness. But mistimed, miscued, uppishly, and a nice catch taken. Cumberbatch has to go after an excellent start. 18 off of 16 deliveries. She has to now depart. And that cues the captain, Samara Ramnath, to the crease.
Yeah, again, the previous delivery, we saw she was looking to cut a short delivery. But her front foot, she put her front foot down to the leg side. So she was really pulling away and trying to cut that ball. And then she corrected it, showing that she needs to get on the front foot and probably just square drive or so. And the next delivery, again, looking to cut. But that front foot just pulling away. And remember, if that front foot goes down to the leg side, her body will go back. And she would end up hitting that ball in the air. And that's exactly what happened.
Played a bit away from the body, yeah.
Correct. And in the air and straight to the fielder. And you can't afford, if you're going in the air, you have to go hard over the top. But she didn't. And she was looking to hit it in the ground, but just pulling away and hitting the ball in the air. But the trap was set, as you rightly said.
Similar line again. So one might think that she's bowling a bit too wide, but she's bowling exactly to her field.
Yeah.
And they're not able to get much away. That's solid defense from Ramnath. And that's the thing, when you're bowling that line, you're tempting the batters, you're saying, hit me. And you know sometimes when you try to play aggressive strokes, you might just have a minor tweak in your technique, in your balance. Causes you to go astray. This is nicely played from Ramnath, but again straight to the fielder. And that's the thing, she can get away with those deliveries. That was short, it was wide, but because of the premonition in the mind of the batters that there's strength and protection there, they don't want to make the same mistake that they just saw, so they will put more caution than not. 30 for 2 at the end of 7.
Yeah, but the key to Ramnath playing that shot is she was backing across and she was into the shot rather than pulling away. She was into the shot so she could have hit down on it. And that's the mistake that that's a mistake that Cumberbatch did. She was playing away from her body and it was hard for her to hit down on it and ended up hitting it in the air. So she has to be careful. And she played a couple of good cut shots in the previous over. Just getting over it. That one.
Cut into the offside. Again, no run, so consecutive dot deliveries from the last over, stepping into this over, trying to put some scoreboard pressure on the West Indies batters.
Yeah, this has been a good period here for the USA team. Just bowling tight line and lengths, and the fielders have supported the bowlers. They have kept the field inside, they have kept the pressure on, not allowed easy signals for the batters to just rotate the strike. So this is good here. Could they pry a wicket or two again?
Nicely played from Harry Turan. A quick single taken. And that's smart cricket. That's what they need to do more of. Just try to rotate the strike, play with soft hands. Even if the fielders are close in the circle, you play with soft hands. You just break your wrists either to the offside or leg side. And once you get that change of angle, you have good communication between the wickets. The non-strikers backing you up. You can get those singles more easily than not. Smart cricket. Exactly on cue. Soft hands, just breaking the wrist into the offside, good communication, and another run added to the total. At the end of the over, it's 32 for 2 after 8. It just goes to show you, Ronnie, what a wicket and a few dot deliveries can do. A couple of overs ago, they were comfortably over the required run rate. Now they're under. And it's a volatile situation where the score is not a large one, but again, the nature of the game, you can't take anything away from the USA team. They are in it to try and win it, and they're going to do their best.
Yeah, it's not difficult equation for the West Indies, but the USA team, they're not going to just sit and die and allow them to score the runs. They're going to make it difficult, and they are doing that at the moment. And they're doing it by nice tight bowling, nice line and length, not too many wide, not bowling wide, allow too many free hits as such, and setting aggressive field. All the fielders, we're out of the power play, and to what I'm seeing here, it's just one fielder outside the circle, and that's the fielder down at that sort of corner region. So they are keeping the pressure on, but tight. I think Chopra is going to continue. That's a tight offside field, and she's bowling to her field. Again, this is good running in the end. Just pushing it just wide of that fielder at that extra cover, and the fielder at mid-off was a bit deep, so it allowed her to come through for that single. But aggressive running, they know it's going to be difficult to score the boundaries, but they are really looking to just rotate the strike and keep the scoreboard ticking over.
And again, those deliveries on that fifth stop are causing extra trouble. The bonks as well. And you see she has changed her angle. Previously she was around the wicket going across the right-handers, and now she's switched to over the wicket and still persisting with that line.
Yeah, getting a little extra bonks from that northern end. We saw that with Mans as well. She's got a bit of extra bonks, and now we're seeing that here with Chopra in getting that extra bonks. But you have to want to just throw it up a bit. Throw it up a bit, and you're going to get a bit of purchase. You're going to get that extra bonks, and makes it difficult.
Nicely played into the leg side for a quick single. I just wonder if she's persisting with that line, whether they might be inclined to probably use their feet a bit more and perhaps even shuffle across. You don't necessarily have to come down the track or forward, but shuffle across, so that way you position yourself where the ball is coming into your arc, and then you force the bowler to think otherwise.
Yeah, and you're right. You could do two things: just have a chip down the wicket, look to drive down the ground, or just come across and just look to work it into the onside, because there's that one fielder at mid wicket and the other fielder in the boundary. So just has to get it square of the wicket, and there's an easy single. Or just work it into the onside, and there's an easy single. But you have to give the Chopra, she's bowling it just a bit wider, so they are not allowed to really work it into the onside.
And she switched back to around the wicket for Ramnath. And that's a good delivery on the line of the stumps. Ramnath doesn't seem to be as comfortable at the crease. I'm not sure if it's the gloves or it's something, because she did signal for a change of gloves just as she came out.
Okay, she did change the glove,
yeah,
actually.
And then just now you saw she pulled away and still had to adjust it. So probably just not feeling as comfortable as yet, but she's looking solid, most importantly. And just needs to back herself, just be calm, play that skipper's role. Both she and Harry Charan just need to be confident in their stroke play. Don't need to give it away. Don't need to be too aggressive. Playing smart cricket thus far by rotating the strike and looking to get those singles. Once they do that, they will frustrate the bowlers as well. Will get one or two loose deliveries at some point, which can lead to a flurry of boundaries.
Again, bang on target. And that's what we've seen so far from the US women bowlers. They have kept it really tight, not allowed the batters to get off here.
And she's looking for a quick single sent back from Ramnath. I think that was more Harry Charan's call. Could have probably given her the backing there.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. It's really Harry Tran's call. Ramnath was guilty of ball watching there.
Harry Charan just composing herself.
Dot balls, just building the pressure.
Oh, that's a well bowled delivery. Flight of the delivery above your eye line and finishing area of the delivery by your toes.
That's this excellent.
Devious.
Excellent ball and 4 dot balls. Just keep the pressure on.
Flutter this time and pulled away from Harry Charan. Nice looking shot. There is protection. So just a single. She would be ruining that opportunity because there was a big gap wide off that field. If she got it anywhere there, at least 2 would have been on the cards. You know that the outfield is just a bit damp on some of the outskirts. And pulled away nicely from Ramnath into the same gap that I just mentioned. So they will get 2. I don't think they will look for 3. I'm comfortable with 2. As that completes the end of the 10th over. 37 for 2 at the end of it. And West Indies under 19 women going along steadily. 3.7 current run rate required of 5.2, so just under. But as the players take a drink out there, we'll take a break and resume shortly with the rest of this run chase. And she's gone. First delivery after the water break. Haicharan playing a loose stroke. And just as we thought that they were settling a low full toss and flicked away to short mid wicket. Comfortable catch taken in the end. No need for that. I did say that those fuller deliveries are challenging. They seem as if it's just a full toss to swat away to the boundary, but maybe she put a bit more force on it, she would have been better off. But that occasion, just patting it softly into the hands of the fielder. And the third wicket down, 37 for 3 now.
Well, remember we saw in the USA innings when I think with that partnership, that important partnership, and we saw both batters, the full tosses, they were hitting it down the ground for singles rather than looking to go across the line because they know they needed that partnership. And here we saw the first full toss that had been bowled. Harry Chan was looking to go across the line, looking to hit that one through mid wicket, and just hit it straight to the fielder.
Ebony Brathwaite, new batter, coming to the crease. Did open in previous games.
Probably didn't have the best of it with the bat, so she just wanted to probably bat lower down, give herself a chance to score some runs.
Full toss, and this is up in the air again. A chance for another catch, and it's taken. Second delivery. Brathwaite has to go without scoring. And Chopra picks up another wicket. This time a higher full toss. The first wicket came off a mid-waist height delivery. This time it just seemed to take the top edge of the bat. I think she was looking for that one all the way by the cafeteria inside the UE compound, but instead it went to the fielder just at backward square in the circle. And a very simple catch indeed. So 2 wickets in this over for Chopra. 37 for 4 now. The West Indies women's under 19 in a spot of bother as Abigail Bryce now comes to the crease.
I think they need to just take a page out of that partnership we saw, where they were just looking to work the ball around, push the ball around, get singles, the bad ball, look, put it away. Yes, it was a bad ball, a full toss, but you're just there. It's their second delivery you're facing. Why are you going to play that sort of shot? Push it down the ground, try to get a single, get off strike, not try to look for the big shot. And they're guilty of that. We saw Kambatch as well looking for the big shot. She got out. Now we're seeing that's Brathwaite as well.
So played into the offside cutaway, and they get a single.
Yes, it's a very good over from Chopra. 2 wickets and 3 deliveries. This one is worked away by Ramnath. Just to that field at point. There's no wicket, so an excellent over. And could this over be the game changer here for the USA team? Picking up 2 vital wickets, putting the pressure on. 51 runs required from 55 deliveries now. This one is on the back for this Ramnath, looking to hit it down the ground, just short of the bowler in Chopra. And another dot ball, so an excellent over. 1 run coming off that over and 2 wickets. Excellent from Chopra and the USA under 19 women. West Indies in some trouble here. 38 for 4 after 11. 51 runs required from 54 deliveries now. So it's getting close to a runner ball. And when it starts to get more than a runner ball, that is when it starts to get a bit concerning. That's when the batters, they try to do something a bit different in trying to up the run rate. And it could spell trouble. So this is good. Remember we said it before. The bowling has been excellent from the USA team. This one is bowled. Well, she has been bowled, looking to pull that one into the onside. And on the backward, looking to pull it. It wasn't as short as she expected. And it hit it. It wasn't as short as she expected, looking to pull. And that one went under the bat, hitting the leg stump. And it's another wicket to go. And it's, I think it's, is it Hubert Myers? Yeah, it's Hubert Myers. Is it? No, Hubert Myers is now coming into the wicket. Yes, Hubert Myers. She's walking out to the crease now with her team in a spot of bother, 38 for 5. And she has to form a partnership here with her captain. Ramnath is there, but the bowling has been really good. And that you say has to be a poor shot. It wasn't that short, and she was on the backward looking to hit that one into the onside. And just, it's another wicket. It's another wicket to go. 38 for 5. And West Indies are making this difficult here, Keshav.
Extremely difficult from a position of strength now to a position of submission. It's the manner in which the dismissals came about as well. Really no need for them at some point. And now that the run rate is being pushed against them and they are forced to score more aggressively, then they have to play more attacking strokes, which will lead to increased risk and can also lead to increased rewards or punishments to suit.
Yeah, this one is a good delivery again. They're stealing away from the right-handed Hubert Myers. She had a good time with the ball and in the field, but she has to do a job with the bat here now. Wide delivery, looking to cut, but again pulling away and trying to cut that one. Getting the bottom edge of the bat. The keeper does well to hold it in. Someone needs to stay there, form a partnership with Ramnath. But they're all just trying to play too many shots. This one is worked away nicely into the onside, but straight to the fielder at mid-on. No run. Seems like the pressure is telling on the West Indies batters here. Again, just on the bat foot, looking to work it into the onside. Square of the wicket, but there's that fielder at that short square leg position, and there's no run. So the end of another good over, and they're getting through the overs quite quickly here. 12 overs at the end of 12. The West Indies under 19 women, they are 38 for 5 in a spot of bother. So now it's more than a run of ball. 51 runs required of 48. It's not out of control as yet. They can still look to push the ball around, build a partnership, and then probably, give themselves a chance. Take it deep where you can give yourself a chance of accelerating and win the match. But at the moment, they're in a bit of trouble. They need a partnership now. This one is down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. Is it Chaudhary, is it? Just trying to get confirmation on the bowler. This one is driving his Ramnath and beats the fielder at cover. It races close to the boundary. Is it going to go into the boundary? Yes. That's an excellent shot from Samara Ramnath. That one just pitched up and she was just getting that front foot close to the ball and just driving on the up. Just beating that fielder at cover. and it races to the boundary for 4. Excellent shot. This is what they need here. But she needs someone to stay with her to form that partnership.
Yeah, excellent looking stroke there indeed. All along the ground. That's what they need more of from the skipper. And these extras will definitely help.
Yeah, down the leg side. And it's signal wide. So not a good start to the over here. She needed to maintain that pressure. Or that excellent bowling that Chopra did in that previous over. But just easing up the pressure a bit. 45 for 5. Now that it's less than a runner ball. 44 from 47. Herbert Mez. All she has to do is stay there. She just has to stay there. Just get the single. Rotate the strike. So it's a good delivery on that Midland leg line. And Herbert Mez just working it into the onside.
It kept a bit low as well, so she had to be mindful of that.
Just watch it all the way onto the bat. That's all you need to do. Not look to play the horizontal bat shots.
And down the leg side again, so this extra is a welcome sight for the West Indies team. A runner ball, the equation required, just under 44 and 46. And we need to maintain scoring a runner ball from now. We're trying to get some boundaries to help make that equation a bit easier to reach. Straight to the fielder again for no run.
And that is fine, because she already got a boundary and 2 wides and a single in the over. So she could afford to just play herself in. That's fine. Once you don't get too much more than a runner ball, you're in the game. Single opportunity for a run out. Just pitched up, driven nicely to that fielder at mid-off. And an easy single in the end. That's all you need to do. 47 for 5.
So you can see she's trying to go to that middle and leg stump line. I'm not too sure why, because once you miss, it's a wide, and even if the batsman get any connection and flick it away, he'll be able to score.
Well, she pulled it a bit shorter, a bit wider outside the off stump. I was driven to that extra cover boundary for 4. So she's trying to just keep it a bit straighter, but it's a bit too straight.
And this time, short outside the off stump again. Pulled into the leg side. A nice throw. Direct hit. I think that's about the 5th direct hit we've seen for the day.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of direct hits, yeah.
A testament to the excellent fielding from the women from West Indies and USA under 19 teams. Excellent cricket all around from these young ladies.
You're right. The feeling has been really good. Catches taken. It's been a really good display from these youngsters.
Oh, and almost right on cue. Would have taken a quarter and bowl, and it would have been an excellent one at that. But just ricocheted out of her fingers.
Those are difficult. You really can't fault the bowler.
It's either it sticks or it doesn't. Those types of return catches.
Yeah, it's difficult on your follow through and it comes straight back at you. It's really difficult. But she did well to get a hand on it really to prevent it from passing her. And a chance, another chance there. In the end, it's a chance. Not taken, but a difficult chance at that. But at the end of 13, 49 for 5. You're inching their way closer, the West Indies.
14-42. This partnership needs to stay at the crease and steadily at that. But at the same point in time, one of the main bowlers for the USA is coming into the attack, Sainavi Kambalapali. A very good wrist spinner. Has some nice subtle variations as well. And from what I've seen of her in the Region Under-19 tournament, she's also a thinking bowler. Doesn't just run up and around the arm. She assesses the situation on the batter. Bit too full with that first delivery. But just a single. And again, smartly called from Ramnath. It straight to the fielder, but they know that they had to get it. And the 50 now being applauded from the coaching staff. 50 for 5, 13.1.
Yeah, definitely. A bit of misfield there as well from the fielder. He saw a brilliant run out in the West Indies innings.
And nice flight on that occasion. Now, misfield allows them to get the single. Very good awareness from Ramnath. Was watching the ball straight until it went to the fielder, and just a slight bubble at the end. And she called Herbert Myers to the other end. Good start, 2 singles. Advancing down the wicket. Tries a bit uppishly, but again straight to the fielder. This time she cannot get a single.
Yeah, better feeling this time. She didn't allow it to pass her. Or she didn't allow it to bubble and pass her. And the opportunity was driven a bit hard as well to the fielder.
Low full toss, and this is pulled away on the leg side, but again protection. And it's really smart field placement, because they've had that fielder out there. And it's a unique position. It's not long on. It's not cow corner. But it's wide off, long on, and before cow corner. So a very interesting fielding position. The ball has gone to her many times, and a free hit is now being signaled. So that previous delivery would have been adjudged a no ball.
Over the waist.
And Herbert Myers will be relishing this opportunity. Comes down the crease, and that's well bowled. Forces her to reach for that one into the offside, and still gets a single off of it. So keeping the scoreboard ticking, most importantly.
Yeah, she came down a bit too early there, the bowler. And you rightly said, the bowler is a smart. She's thinking.
She saw her coming down. She pushed it wide.
Has pushed it a bit wider. Lucky she got a bat onto that.
And that's one of the variations she has. You can see the sharp turn of that googly. Also saw that she has the flipper as well. Saw that in the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where she got a delivery to reach on or around chest height. Nice movement from Samara. Smart cricket. And that completes the 14th over. It's all fives here. 55 for 5.
Just 34 more runs required from 36 deliveries. So they're it's maintaining that required run rate. It's keeping it less than a run a ball. And that's all they need to do. Just keep rotating the strike. And you're going to get that odd bad ball where you can put away. But just keep rotating the strike nicely. And you have to give credit to what Myers here. She's doing the job that is required of her. She's not really trying to hit the ball out of the park. She's just looking to push the ball around, get a single, get her captain back on strike, who's batting really well. She just had that one opportunity with a free hit to really free her arms. But other than that, it has been really good from this pair. It is exactly what they needed after losing, I think it's three quick wickets. And they just need to settle down. They just need a partnership ready to just take them through. And this pair has done that really well. Put the pressure back on the bowlers, who have been bowling really well. Okay, let's change in bowling. That's the captain.
And That seemed to have been off the pitch, but umpire judging it to be a wide.
It's a wide delivery to start with.
The skipper bringing herself into the attack. And another wide. Very interesting action.
And they can't afford this. This extras, they can't afford it. They have brought the game back nicely. They have brought it in their favor. And now they are really trying to ease up here. Those extras are really hurting them now at this point. And, Samara seem to probably have
Something probably
in dust also in
Yeah.
their eyes.
requiring some assistance from the fielders around to just verify.
Yeah, I think
There was an increase in the winds across the ground recently, as you see in the background behind the spec center. There are some darker clouds hovering, nothing to trouble us as yet, but it could very well be that the increased dust would have carried some particles unwanted in between that helmet space. You know, the helmet space is mainly to keep out the ball, but unfortunately you cannot keep out some of those finer and troubling mechanisms.
troubling mechanisms. I like that. I like that.
You're not too sure. It could be an insect, it can be a piece of sand, dust, gravel, anything. In the air, down to the fielder, and the catch is taken. As soon as she settled back in, Ramnath has to go and hoisted that one. No need for that shot again in the situation, you would think, because at the same point in time, you got 2 runs without any legal delivery being bowled. Started the over off on the right foot, whereby you were having runs scored without any deliveries, and then you look to play that type of shot. Now, granted, the delivery was short, it stood out to be hit, but the fielder was positioned. By all means, just rotate the strike, continue getting your singles, wait until you get that delivery to put it away to the boundary. So the skipper has to go. Samara Ramnath departs. Well played innings for the short cameo at the crease. She did seem to steady things while she was there. But unfortunately, it could be as well that she was just a bit unsettled. You know, sometimes when you take a break and you go back, it's never easy. We saw after the water break, the first delivery after the water break, Brianna Haricharan went to a full toss. This time, Samara Ramnath going after, I would say, wasn't necessarily a long hop because it didn't really stand up, but it was a short delivery.
Correct.
And by all means, it was not your ideal wicket-taking delivery, but skipper Chetna strikes for the USA. And another wide. So if she stayed there for, you know, she could have gotten runs off of this over without even needing to get to the other end.
Bonus wicket, you will see.
And now pressure on again as a new batter comes to the crease.
It's Weeks. Comes to crease. Did a job with the ball earlier on, picking up 3 wickets. But now she has to do the job with the bat to see her team home. 31 more runs required.
And that one is another wide. So 4 runs from 4 extras in this over, and still 4 legal deliveries left. Swatted away from Weeks. Gets a single.
And again, straight to that fielder you mentioned that they kept throughout. The catch went to that fielder, all the short ball being pulled straight to that fielder. So it has been an excellent field. It's another wide delivery. And she's going through and around, and she keeps bowling that ball wide, and she's not trying, well, maybe just go around the wicket. Or just bowl
Maybe
over.
try over.
Yeah?
If you try over with the same action, you might actually get a very nice angle to the right-hander. In the air! And another wicket. That was extremely soft. That was a giveaway from Herbert Myers, the vice captain. The captain gave away her wicket in this over, and right after the vice captain follows suit. Look at that. That delivery was almost half pitch, or just after, and it just stood up there.
But the thing about it, we saw the previous delivery, she was just leaving them alone
And that's
outside the
what she should have done.
And she just chose to go after this one. As you rightly said, it was a bit shorter.
I'm wondering if she left that one, whether it would have been another wide.
But it don't matter.
Exactly, because you have enough runs in the
You
over.
already got 5
runs.
wides in the over. 5 wides in the over, which is all you need.
Going at a runner ball, the required rate, or in fact just under a runner ball, 28 and 32.
Yeah.
The bowler was assisting you by giving you extras, and now she has 2 wickets in her over. So I would say, kudos to you, skipper. You know what you are doing. We can't really call what's happening out there. And this is probably the best delivery that she has bowled on
But
the line of the stumps
you
on
could
the
see her
wicket.
reaction after she bowled the delivery and it was played back to her. She was like, yes, finally, I got it right. And that's where she needs to be. But it seems like the shorter delivery has been working for her.
And
It's
another wide.
I make that's 5 wides and 6 wides in the over. So it's not the over she would want to remember, but it's in the end it's another wide delivery. Another umpire, and Vicky Daniels getting a nice workout in this over. This one is just inside, and but that's the over. So the over has come to an end, but they have picked up 2 wickets in the over. That's important here for the USA under-19 women, because the runs don't matter now. They have to bowl the West Indies team out if they are to win this match. Because it's less than a run a ball. So it's quite easy. They just have to bat through the innings and they could win this match. But the USA team, they need to pick wickets. They need to continue picking wickets here.
In the air, and this could be another wicket to fall, and the keeper takes the catch quite easily. Kambalapali strikes, gets a wicket added to her column, and right on cue. As you said, they need to bowl the West Indies women's out. They are trying to do so in this over, you would think. Flighted delivery. Tried to swat that away on the leg side. One of those slug sweep type of strokes when it could have just gone straight behind the head of the bowler. And up in the air. Very, very simple catch there for the wicket keeper Pooja Ganesh. And United States of America under-19 women's team are in prime position now to get victory and to also take the series after they won 2 games in the series. West Indies team, they were victorious in 1, 2 games with no result, one in which the USA batted first and then West Indies didn't get to reply as it was rained out. And then on Friday, the toss was taken but not a ball was bowled due to some torrential downpours. So if things go as expected with the USA taking victory, they will be victors in this series, 3-1. Wide delivery again.
Well, the wide seems to be the trick. They are bowl
Yeah, it's
the
as
wide
if
delivery,
you're telling them
bowl a couple of wide deliveries,
and then put it on the wicket
put
and
it
get
on the wicket,
get
and you
the
get
wicket.
another wicket. Yeah.
New bat to the crease, Kayla George.
Yeah.
Wicket keeper.
26 required from 29 deliveries. This one is played away nicely, straight to the field at mid-wicket. So keeping the pressure on.
I must say, for a batter coming in at number 11, George looks to be solid. Just a nice stance, nice technique. And playing with the full face of the bat. I dare say she's come out here to defy the odds.
Yeah, playing very nicely.
2 wickets remain. So it's coming at number 10, not 11. And again, you see that variation from Gampalapali. Going into the right-hander instead of away.
Good control.
And this is just popped back to the bowler after she showed a very solid defense for all of those previous deliveries. On this occasion, just chips it back to the bowler, and that's the fall of the 9th wicket. George has to depart without troubling the scorers. And now it's going to be Daniel Mans going into the wicket as the last batter. 64 for 9. West Indies under 19 women's. At this point, it seems as if it's all but over. The curtains have not come down just as yet.
Gonna be the left arm piecer, Kumar, to take up the attack from the southern end.
And when you look at the scorecard, Ronnie, you just see
Not an
from
end.
37 for 3, then 37 for 4, 38 for 5. I think that period is when the game really got away from them, losing 3 quick wickets for 2 runs. And as you recall, all of those wickets were, I dare say, given away to the USA team. There was no real point where the West Indies batters have been completely outfoxed, but I would say that they have just given away their wicket from being in a commanding position to now one where they are at risk of losing this game and the series. Outside the off stump appeal for caught behind. Paya Daniel unmoved.
I remember we saw in the USA under 19 women inning where they lose their last 7 wickets for 18 runs.
Correct, but the main thing that they had was that partnership in the middle. When
Correct.
3 wickets were down, they solidified. They had a partnership of 52, and that carried the game forward for them.
We saw no partnerships really from the West Indies under 19. That was the problem. No partnerships. They were just in and out. Constant procession of wickets, as you would say. And that spelled a lot of trouble. We had that one partnership really between Ramnath and Kubert Myers.
Yeah, and that cost only 19 runs,
But it was
which was
a
in fact the
partnership.
the biggest partnership
Yeah.
of the innings. So just goes to show you, if that partnership itself, which just went to about 30, 11 more runs, the time of the game, the nature of when they were batting at the crease, they would have put some resistance against the USA attack. That could have frustrated them. And those 11 runs, you take that away from this 24, it would have been 13 left.
Yeah. But you have to give credit to the USA bowlers. They bowled really well. We mentioned that at the start.
And they're fielding, as a no ball is signaled here from umpire Daniel. So this is going to be a free hit. Front foot no ball, that is. But essentially, it's just a question of which team had the mental strength to push forward. Because you saw the USA when they came out, they had a game plan.
Yeah.
They were excellent in the field as well. The intensity from ball 1, the dot deliveries consecutive, and then the West Indies also seemed to be resisting quite well. And that was close to a wide delivery.
That one just going across the the right hander. Probably pitch inside the line, but just with the angle went outside, went a more wider. And the slip and play, there's still a slip and play. This is good from the captain, giving her bowler every chance. It's another play and miss. That's Terrell. Not able to make contact here. This is excellent from the USA under 19 woman. They're keeping the pressure on. They're not letting up at all. And we said it from the beginning. They have to bowl the West Indies under-19 women out to win this game. And they are just 1 wicket away from doing that. Another one. Just play and miss again at the end of 17. 66 for 9. Would you believe the required run rate jumps up to over 7 runs per over now?
Easily. I think Kambala Pali is going to want to finish it in this over. 2 wickets in the previous. Flight dips, and they're able to get a couple runs here. Well, if they took off initially, they could have probably pushed for a couple, but I think she reacted late, wasn't sure that it was past the fielder.
Yeah, I think Terrell was the guilty party there at the non-striker's end. He was just standing on the bat and not really looking for the single. Happy to be at the non-striker's end, but the fielder made a meal of it. Just run past it and then had to run back to get it. So it allowed them the opportunity to get the single there. Okay.
Ended uppishly.
and that's because they're not sure which side it's turning. If it's going to be the traditional leg spinner, if it's going to be the googly. And just pushing forward and looking to drive. And we saw George just driving at one where she didn't need to, pushing it straight back to the bowler.
Appeal for leg before, but seems to be a bit too high.
Yeah, I would agree. Man's just having a chat with Terrell there. Try and survive 2 more for me. I'll handle things at the other end.
At least they can do is bat out the overs.
That's a very good drive, getting to the pitch of the ball.
I think they could have probably looked for a single there, but
yeah.
I think Mans rather keep the strike, as in wait until the next over.
This one is down the leg side. Turning back into the pads of Terrell. It scoots out into the onside and there's no run. So at the end of another good over, at the end of 18, 67 for 9. 2 more overs to go. Seems like they're just looking to survive here. And that would be good for their confidence. It's not
At least they can bat out, yeah.
Yeah, just bat out the 20 overs.
And of course, Man's getting an opportunity in this game as well, so you want to make the most of it. Tyrell also.
22 required from 12 deliveries. It's a bit difficult at this stage. Not impossible.
Nice line again from Aditi Kumar. At this point, it's a good challenge for her because she has to try and get the final wicket. From what we've seen of her in her 3 overs thus far, she's very good outside of the off stump. That corridor of uncertainty, trying to get the batters to play and miss as the delivery is seeming away. But if she can put it on the stumps as well, produce some wicket-taking deliveries. And there again, we see outside the off stump. So it's not really troubling the pads or the stumps, as in you miss, I hit. So if she can probably put 2 to 3 deliveries outside the off stump, then bring one back in. Hit one that Yorker length on that middle stump line. Probably mix it up sometimes with even a short delivery.
This time too wide. And we saw early on when her first spell, she got that ball to just swing a bit into the right-hander. But now the ball is a bit older. You're not going to get that sort of swing. But she just has to keep that tidy, nice light and length. And she seemed to have it really on a string right now in terms of getting that ball outside the off stump. So she just...
And that's better. On the line of the stumps.
Probably pitching on leg side.
Yep.
I think that's the this thing could really save her. I think it's probably pitching outside leg stump. Yeah,
Probably going down with the angle. But again, as you see, bring it closer. Make the batters play. Force them to have to play their strokes.
All right. It's not ready. Dead ball signaled by the umpire.
Hearing some soca music blasting in the distance. I wonder if that's what probably just offset the batter there. No full toss driven nicely, but not inclined for the single.
It was straight to the field. There was no chance of a single there. And to me, Terrell was just happy to be at the non-striker's end, not looking for any run. And I think this is good from them, just to try and bat it out. They know it's difficult. They're not going to get there. They're not going to get that runs. Still 21 required from 8. But just survive. Coming round the wicket for the last couple of deliveries, and immediately it's getting that one to go in, and there's a weave from the right-hander, just passing the outside edge a bit closer to the bat. Bowled really well, but just not able to get that wicket. Again, beating the outside edge. Dot ball to end the over. Another good over from Kumar. At the end of 19. 68 for 9. And I see some of the spectators.
Lovely
Probably
Sunday
not too happy.
afternoon. Yeah, well, mixed reactions, I think, because I know there's a mixture of some West Indian and USA supporters around. The USA supporters would be on the tree to the further right. But I think, nonetheless, some of the parents will still be proud to see the youngsters out there. Might be a bit disappointed, as you said, having not gained victory and gained the series, but all part of the learning and growing process. It's tucked away nicely. They get a single. They should look for 2. Oh, and resounding cheers and applause from the bench of the West Indies team for that single. Mans is off the mark.
Well, they were actually urging them on for a second.
Yeah, and even though the ball was in the fielder's hand, I wonder if they were trying to get a run out, but I think they were more excited that she got the single in the first place. Striking her outside the off stump.
There's 4 deliveries remaining. Conclusion of this one. Worked her way into the onside, just behind square. The fielder is there. There's no run.
A nice single taken again. It just goes to show you in retrospect, if you look at the approach for the last wicket, could have probably been adopted a bit before in terms of just play smart, don't give away a wicket, and the runs will come. You will get the singles, you will get the extras.
That's a good delivery. Beat the
Should get
batter,
2
beat
here.
the keeper. Get 1, they come back for 2, and there's a chance. Appeal for a run out? No. Safely in. Good run in there from the West Indies.
2 byes added to the total. And you see it's come down to a very close margin indeed. Just 17 required in 1 delivery. But it could have been even better if they just played the smart cricket before. And look at this. I was going to say a 4, but the fielder got it wrong in time. But still, 2 welcome runs at the end of the innings. Oh, and she's given her out. Umpire Candice Laborde has raised the finger with Daniel Manns returning to the non-strikers. So the innings will finish with West Indies being bowled out.
Yeah, she's short.
She's short of the crease, but you know, one might have thought that some discretion may have been applied. By the end of the day, right is right. And the umpire has decided that she is run out, has to go. So Manns is out. Tyrell finishes undefeated. The West Indies women under 19. There we see the handshakes of the players. Of course, this being the last game of the series, it was indeed a very wonderful experience for the players, the coaching staff, and everyone involved to see this developmental tournament between the USA under 19 women's team and the West Indies under 19 women's team. Some good efforts all around, bat, ball in the field from these cricketers on both teams. And definitely some noteworthy mentions as we just run through the batting scorecard for the West Indies. Top score of 18 from Najani Kumbabach. Also top score of 18 from the extras. Samara Ramnath with 12, and the other batters were below double figures. In terms of the bowling, Chopra 4 overs, 3 wickets, 1 maiden for 8 runs. Madhavan 2 overs, no maidens, 1 wicket for 6 runs. Imadi 4 overs, 1 for 16. Kambalapali 3.5 overs, 2 for 10. And the skipper Chitna 1 over, 2 wickets for 8 runs. So all in all, the United States of America under 19's women team, they have won this match by some 17 runs, and they have also won the series 3-1. As we reminded our viewers, series was supposed to be a total of 5 matches. They added a 6th match due to the rain and the other factors around. One of the matches, USA batted and West Indies was unable to respond because of the weather. The match on Friday was completely rained out without a ball being bowled. So 2 games affected by the weather, and therefore 4 games in total having results. 3 games victory to the United States, 1 game victory to the West Indies, and thus the series has finished. So all in all, we wait to see the news from the post-match presentation. And as we see there, they're setting up the table, the awards, where they'll be Yep. So we see a shot there of the players in the dugout, and where they'll be giving the prizes, medals, trophies, MVPs, any standout players, and so on. So while they arrange for the presentation, we will take a break and rejoin you shortly. So welcome back here as we see the players just lining up for this post-match presentation. Unfortunately, the rain has also decided to join the party at the most inopportune time. And as such, we'd like to say thank you to all of our viewers. As you see the graphic, USA under 19, they won by 15 runs, and reminder that they also won the series 3-1. So that's it from us here from the 360 broadcast team and the West Indies YouTube channel. We'd like to say thank you for staying with us during the series, and take care until we see you again.